The impact of Tropical Storm Elsa as Florida begins feeling its effects. Dylan will have the latest.
Also, he's ready for blast-off just days before that historic space flight. Sir Richard Branson opening up in an exclusive interview about his excitement, his mission, and the race to space with Jeff Bezos.
Then Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton have made it official, getting married over the weekend. And our mutual friend, our own Carson Daly, was the officiant. He's going to tell us all about the couple's special day.
All that, plus a segment inspired by this one right here.
Who knew?
So, we're going to show you how some fun ways to make a statement with neon, incorporating the trend into your wardrobes and your homes. You've been doing this for a while.
I love it. I didn't know it was a trend. I was just being authentic. Time is running out, so we better get started.
It's time for
Today in 30.
We want to get right to the very latest on Tropical Storm Elsa moving over the Florida Keys right now with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and heavy rain.
A tropical storm warning extends from the Keys all the way up the west coast of Florida, with a hurricane watch just issued near Tampa. Parts of Georgia and South Carolina now under a tropical storm watch as well.
Meanwhile, the wind, rain, and lightning from that storm is being watched closely by crews working at the site of that condo collapse near Miami.
We have it all covered this morning, including new information from Dylan on the timing and track of the storm. But we'll begin with NBC's Sam Brock in Key West. Sam, good morning. What's the latest?
Chanel, good morning. The important question right now, how much strength can Elsa pick up now that it's cleared Cuba and is on its way in open water toward Florida? We're in Key West right now, where the strongest wind gusts overnight were 62 miles an hour. As you see the surf kicking up behind me. But moving forward, we now know a projected intensity for Elsa of 70 miles an hour as it heads just north of Tampa. That puts it within 5 miles an hour of Category 1 status.
This morning, Tropical Storm Elsa is growing as it heads toward the U.S., approaching hurricane strength as it makes landfall. But despite severe weather in the Florida Keys, yesterday, some visitors of the vacation haven brushed it aside.
Nonchalant, business as usual, everybody just having a good time partying. That's Key West.
Just a day after Cuba took the wrath of Tropical Storm Elsa, trees bending and stop signs flailing. This man working to fasten his roof with frail homes put to the test. But back in Florida, beautiful vistas. And the sound of music filled the air until the party was interrupted by canceled flights. Linda Fastenhammer from Virginia couldn't get back out after visiting her grandkids.
I've never been in a tropical storm or a hurricane. Because of the storm, it is so unpredictable. They can't tell us when, where, which airline. Just wait it out.
Some hotel guests staying longer after receiving lucrative offers from airlines.
So you're supposed to go back to Texas today?
Yes.
What did the airline offer you?
They're offering between $600 and $1,100 to volunteer my seat.
And the inclement weather now migrating north with storm surge warnings stretching through a portion of the Panhandle with waves expected to surge between 3 to 5 feet high.
And Georgia and South Carolina are now also under tropical storm watch, which, guys, is an additional 2 million people. And on top of that, there are tornado risks all day along the Florida Peninsula. Another danger people need to keep in the back of their minds. That's the latest here from Key West. Chanel, let me send it back to you.
All right, have to take that seriously. Sam, thank you.
All right, as you can see there, the rain and wind really picking up there in Key West. What else can we expect from Elsa? Where is she heading? Dylan's in for Al this week. What's the word?
Well, she is heading north and eventually will turn to the northeast. The storm weakened a bit as it crossed over the mountainous terrain of Cuba, but now that it's back over the warmer water off of Key West, it's strengthened back up to winds at about 60 miles per hour. But look at all the rain on the eastern side of this storm. We even have a hurricane watch for areas across that Big Bend of Florida. This is pretty rare for Tampa to issue a hurricane watch this early in July. So this is to be taken seriously. Now, the storm itself is going to track right along the west coast of Florida. But look at all the energy. It's on the eastern side of this storm. That's where we could see those winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. We could end up with 8 inches of rain. Also, because of that energy, we're likely to see a lot of tornadoes spin up today on the eastern side of that storm. And then all of that moisture will be brought into southeastern Georgia, across eastern South Carolina, and through North Carolina as well. And it's tropical in nature, so we're going to see those heavy torrential tropical downpours that could produce a lot of rain. Heaviest rainfall total totals right around the Tampa area, stretching down to Fort Myers. We'll see about 3 to 5 inches, but some areas could end up with about 8 inches, and that could lead to a flooding potential as well.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes,
This is the face of excitement.
celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Oh, we are back now with a Today exclusive this morning, an in-depth look inside Sir Richard Branson's Spaceport in New Mexico, where he is preparing to ride to the edge of space this weekend, beating another billionaire, Jeff Bezos, by just over a week.
Branson gave NBC's Tom Costello an exclusive look behind the scenes, including the spaceship he and 5 others will be flying in. Tom joins us now from outside Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Tom, good morning.
You guys send me to the coolest places. We are inside the hangar here at Spaceport, and this right here is the Virgin Spaceship 2 Unity. This is the ship that Richard Branson and 5 others will climb into. It's got 17 windows for a great view from space. Today, they're going to mount that spaceship to the mothership. Look at this. This is the mothership. It's got 2 fuselages right here, a massive wing in the middle, and so Unity mounts right underneath that wing. On Sunday, they will then climb to 40,000 feet, drop Unity, light the rocket, and all 6 will go soaring towards space. In a remote, desolate spot in the New Mexico desert, billionaire Richard Branson's dreams are about to come true.
I always envisioned as a kid that a spaceship should look like this.
Yeah. You did. You envisioned this when you were a kid.
I just thought that's how you should fly to space.
After nearly 2 decades of hard work and tragedy, Branson is about to launch to the edge of space on a ship dubbed Unity, first carried by a mothership named after his own mother, Eve. So your ship drops from the bottom of that wing, you light the rocket, fire, and then you're off to the races.
3,500 miles an hour in 8 seconds, so straight up.
That's all. 3,008. Yeah, that's easy.
It's easy. It's going to be quite a ride.
Branson has wanted to go to space since watching the Apollo 11 moon landing. After building his Virgin Empire, he started Virgin Galactic with the dream of taking everyday civilians 50 miles high to the edge of space for a weightless experience and a once-in-a-lifetime view.
Wow, look at that view. Gorgeous.
At that moment, we will have become astronauts. I will pinch myself and pinch myself again and again.
You can't wait.
I can't wait.
It's taken 17 years to get here. In 2014, a tragedy struck when a test pilot was killed in a horrific accident. Now, after redesigns and safety delays, all systems are go for a Sunday launch. For years, 70-year-old Branson has been strenuously training.
I've managed to build some muscle so that my spacesuit, they realize they're going to have to
bursting at the seams here.
They're going to have to get me a bigger spacesuit.
And there's bragging rights. Another billionaire, Jeff Bezos, and his space company, Blue Origin, are also about to launch. When Bezos announced he would fly on July 20th,
it changes your relationship with this planet, with humanity.
Virgin quickly announced Branson would fly on the 11th, beating Bezos by 9 days. Is there a little competition with Bezos?
I know nobody will believe me when I say it, but honestly, there isn't.
In fact, he says the world needs both space tourism companies. Already, 700 people have signed up to ride on Branson's ship, some paying $250,000, including big names like Tom Hanks, Justin Bieber, and Lady Gaga. Joining Branson on this passenger test flight, 3 other Virgin employees.
Fire.
Now, all 4 are in their final training sessions for launch. I did the spinning cups at Disney World. Is that good enough to prepare me for this?
You look very fit, very healthy, and we would love to have you on board one day.
Oh, really? How soon? Because I'm up for it.
If I was you, I would just stow away. I mean, I've always dreamt of stowing away on something, and nobody's ever tried a spaceship yet.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with the story we've been waiting for all morning. A special event over the holiday weekend that has everyone talking. Gwen Stefani, Blake Shelton, now husband and wife.
I feel like the uncle that's here to just blast.
I know.
Tell all the details.
What
happened? Everybody wants to know. What was it like?
So can I set it up for you? So the couple, they tie the knot in Oklahoma on Saturday. And of course, Carson, not only was he there, but he officiated the wedding.
It was very, very special. It was incredible to be a part of such an important moment in their lives. The ceremony was a perfect blend of country and glamour, of course, just like Blake and Gwen.
On a beautiful day in Oklahoma, in front of a small group of family and friends, Gwen and Blake said, "I do." The bride, stunning in a Vera Wang gown. The groom, in his trademark blue jeans. Gwen's sons, there to celebrate Mom's special day. And the lucky officiant, blessed to witness their new beginning in a chapel Blake built just for the occasion. The newlyweds tying the knot after 6 years together. Finding love in the place where they least expected it, on the set of The Voice. Meeting for the first time when Gwen joined the show for its 7th season.
And then you and Blake had obviously never met before this at all. I know That's Blake's odd, been a isn't fan it? of No Doubt. And
Who is he? I'm a fan of Blake. I really am.
Oh,
I love
thank
you,
you.
Blake. You
I
are
love you
so
too.
freaking funny.
The country crooner instantly taken with the iconic rocker.
She's just such an accomplished artist, and what she's done for women and music, I would probably pick Gwen if I was standing up there.
As their friendship grew, personal struggles behind the scenes brought them closer. Their first duet, Go Ahead and Break My Heart, giving everyone a peek into their world.
When do you know, too bad, I know I've been hurt before, but I'm going for this.
I'm going again, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you can see the
the look on our faces there. It's like at some point you're like, you know what, I'm going to be
too bad.
Yeah, it just is what it is now. So let's go for it.
45-year-old Blake says meeting Gwen saved his life.
It's a miracle that I met somebody that was going through the same exact thing that I was at the exact same moment in time. Now here we are, you know, going on 3 years later, and every day that goes by, it just feels like a stronger bond between the two of us, and it's constantly feels like it's going to the next level.
Gwen, at 51, believes meeting Blake was a true miracle. She's especially grateful for the relationship he has with her boys.
He's so gifted and so unique and talented, and he really just is my best friend. It's just a blessing, the whole thing, and it is a miracle. You want to fight, Blakey?
Over the years, fans have fallen in love with the unlikely pair.
This music that Blake turned me on to is called country music. Yeah, I hadn't really listened to much of that on my ska playlist.
Never missing a chance to poke fun at themselves, even in this 2020 Super Bowl ad.
Gwen?
Blake? Oh my God, hilarious, right? I mean, no.
What do you mean?
Through it all, their love is evident on screen and in their music. Now, living their happily ever after.
Oh, I can't stop smiling.
I mean, the wedding was really, it was, the best way to describe it is it was perfectly them. You know, the whole weekend and the marriage itself. It was as elegant and refined and cool as Gwen is, and it was as country and down home and fun as Blake is. And they just work. They're an unlikely pair. You know, they're like if you paired delicious fried chicken with a glass of champagne. You know, like on paper on the menu, it doesn't seem to work, but it works. They're comfort food with class, and everybody roots for that. Okay, we are back with Today Food and our good friend, Wolf's mother, Valerie Bertinelli, who always delivers great recipes, and they're chock full of flavor, but we just like having Val on.
Yeah, we do. She always makes us smile. Valerie Bertinelli is, well, she's also there to help when things aren't going as planned in the kitchen. Take a look at her experience with Hoda on an upcoming episode of Valerie's Home Cooking.
Okay, so now we're gonna take our lemon.
Okay, cut it in half.
And then you just juice that right in.
This is awesome. This would be great.
Isn't it great?
For our cocktails.
Now you're gonna do the same thing with your limes.
Do the same thing.
So what you wanna do is when you put it in the juicer, take your cut side and put your cut side down where the holes are.
Oh, dude.
That's what you do.
No wonder it went everywhere.
Yeah, there you go.
This is amazing. No wonder why it was oozing out everywhere.
Have we ever seen Hoda cook?
No.
I was just about to say, you just got Hoda to cook.
Now we know why.
Valerie, you're the perfect
She can
person.
cook.
You're the perfect
She's
person.
a great cook.
How you been,
Good
by
morning.
the way? How you been? How's it going out there?
Very well. I'm very well. I'm a big super rock fan now. I'm the mother of, you know. That's my favorite title.
I love it.
Wolfie's mom. So thank you, Carson.
Yeah, so by the way, while we're on the topic of Wolf, is he going on tour soon, A? And my follow-up question, Val, is the tattoo. Is that new on his wrist? And what do you think of it?
Yes, he just got the tattoo a few days ago. And I'm very excited for him. He's so proud of it. He loves it. A lot of his band members got the same tattoo because they're all staying at his house right now. They're all rehearsing. They're going to be going on the road in 3 weeks.
Ooh.
And of course, I'm going to be at the first show.
It's going to be
Yay.
Front row.
There you go. Handing out pasta salad to
It's
everyone.
the band's emblem, like their logo. It's on his wrist, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's talk
All right,
about
let's
this pasta salad.
You got it. So it's a really easy summer pasta salad. During the last break, I put the broccoli in with the pasta water just so that it would just come to a nice little beautiful color. See how nice and bright green it gets? Yeah, so now we're going to take this out and put it into a big bowl over here. Oh. And you're just going to put it together, and it's so great because it's got no mayo. It's got ginger. I'm going to make the dressing right now. So it's got miso.
Okay.
A little bit of ginger goes in. And then we've got some soy sauce. And some lime juice. And a little rice wine vinegar.
Wow.
Over here. Some canola oil. And for a nice, bright, strong taste, a little bit of sesame oil. And then some sesame seeds. That's going to help break up the miso and the ginger. And then you just give that a quick big shaky shake, like you're making a cocktail.
Probably gives it a different flavor profile too, you know, when you think of a typical pasta salad.
I like the approach.
Yeah, it does. It's nice. It's fresh. It's refreshing. It's a little bit different. I'm just going to add some veggies in here. So it's a really veggie-heavy pasta salad, which I also like because then I feel like I'm behaving a little bit, or at least getting more vitamins than I normally would.
There are never
and
enough
then while
veggies
the
at a
pasta's
barbecue.
hot, no, right? And while the pasta is nice and hot, you're going to get that dressing right on, and that is going to help it melt into everything. And there you go.
Valerie, what kind of pasta did you use there? What kind of pasta is that?
This is cavatappi, which I really love because it's got little grooves on the outside, and it's also got it's little tubes. So all of that flavor from the dressing is going to really cover the whole thing. It's really delicious. I wish I was in studio with you so you could try it. It's one of my favorites.
You serve that warm?
Yes, you can serve it warm, you can serve it cold, you can serve it room temperature. I'm also going to give a little bit more to the sesame seeds. I like a little crunch in there.
Good idea.
And then you can really just top it with some chives for some color.
So
a little bit more
without
onion.
mayonnaise or anything in there, I mean, this is a salad that could really just sort of sit out the whole day, huh?
Yeah, it travels really well if you're going to somebody's cookout. It's just a nice little break from all the ribs and the burgers and the hot dogs that, I don't know about you guys, but we loaded up on that over the weekend.
Tell me
chili and all that stuff. Yeah.
Same.
Before you leave us this morning, I know you have something else to share. You're coming out with a book. Can you tell us about it?
I am. I'm so nervous about it, though. I mean, it's a very, very personal book. It's about, oh, boy. It all started on your show almost 2 years ago. My journey has taken me from, you know, I just don't want to beat myself up anymore.
Yeah.
And I know so many women my age, younger, older, that we're so busy beating ourselves up that we just don't find the love and the wonder and the grace that are really within us. So I wrote about the past 2 years, grief, happiness, joy, finding joy, and I hope it touches some people's lives. It was a really challenging write for me, but it was cathartic.
Well,
There's
it's a great
also a lot
title.
of recipes in there because it's for me.
It will definitely touch people's lives for sure.
Enough already. That's
Valerie.
Yeah, enough already with beating ourselves up, right?
Yeah, that's a perfect title for that.
Cheers
Val. We love you. Thanks for pasta salad.
Remind me to plan my vacations better, okay? I'm going to always check to find out when you're on the show, and I will book accordingly. Congratulations on your new book. I can't wait to get my hands on it. Love you, Val.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, our style file is inspired by Chanel. It's all about summer neon.
I guess back in June, you guys remember this. I wore this outfit of neon pink and green, and it caught the eye of our resident fashionista, Jill Martin. So we gave her the colorful assignment of finding the best ways to incorporate pops of neon, maybe not so ridiculous like me, but pops of color into your summer wardrobe.
I was watching from home, and I thought, you know what? Who cares? We're
That's
all going
why
through
I
so
did it.
much.
I was like,
it's so much fun.
Right, and fun. And happen?
Yeah, so we're bringing back the 80s. Then it was a time of excess where everyone wore neon everything, but there's a way to do it right and in a sophisticated way. So first of all, I just threw these on you. These are from And That's Swag. I had them made. It's a small business right on Long Island. She makes personalized hats. So this is a great way to wear neon, super fun. You could put your logo, your family's logo. You could do, Jones Camp or Dylan's Camp.
I love it. Love.
These are great. And That Swag, in the website's up there too.
Okay.
Then we have shoes. So this is a great way if you're wearing a simple black dress or even with yours, you want a little fun pop of color. These are from Aldo. They start at $80 and they have all different fun ones. And then also Skechers. I think we have Alicia, which we have to give a moment for. Oh, these are the Aldo.
Yeah.
And
look at
Alicia in the Skechers.
I love
going
those.
on with her bad self in those neon sneakers. But Skechers are great. They're comfortable. They're affordable. You could find them on Amazon in the fun colors. So again, if you're someone who wears all black, all white, then we have Jennifer Miller jewelry. This is a really easy way to get in on the trend. I mean, it's just fun if you want to wear. I had gotten mine at the dollar store, happy. It's just fun to wear something. But she has these beautiful smiley faces. You're going to someone's home. You want to bring something fun starting at $35. This is a great way to just add a pop. And then it's great with nails. Now, our producer, Allie Markowitz, okay? You know that she is not a person who wears neon.
Right.
Okay. So
you're like, no.
She's like, no. She did this, actually, and she did the first one from Color Street. So it's a sticker you put on, and then you file it down, and then it goes right on your nails. Those are her nails, which you'd never really see her in. But then she went for it and actually went for a manicure, after she shot this and did neon again. So it inspired her.
My thumbnails are so big; these don't even fit my thumb.
No, there's a thumb. There's a person. There's somebody for everybody here.
Okay, good.
Wait, that's really cool. And it just sticks and it looks like
sticks and then you file. Yeah, you go like this and then you file it. So that's that. And then Dashing Diva. Remember Lee press-on nails?
Oh my gosh.
So this is an updated version of that. It doesn't use glue. It has this base coat and one for each nail again. So
does it come off easily?
Yeah, it comes off easily and doesn't ruin your nails.
Okay.
And then makeup. A great way to do is eyeshadow. Super easy. Starting at $25.
Can't beat it.
From Carity. Yeah. And then I thought Craig and Al would be here, so I just wanted to give options from Tie Bar. How much fun is this? To just throw in a tie, a
Al would rock
square.
that for sure.
Yeah. And I think Brandon, who would always rocks a bow tie, our producer, we have a little bit of B-roll of him.
Oh, he had that. I saw it in the video. Did he have a green tie on? There he is.
There he is.
That's cute.
With
he
the
looks
matching
so dapper.
Ooh, for an outdoor wedding?
Yes.
Blend in with the
that's
environment
so fun.
there in the background.
I love these eyeshadows.
Okay, so then, just for your room, I love a little neon. I have these around my house. They're just happy. Dormify, this could be great for the kids' room.
Oh my gosh.
So, and if, there's a dorm, obviously, just to put up, and they start at $32, so super affordable. And then I love, you actually had this in one of your shots. I remember at the beginning you were struggling with your Zoom shot when you were working from home. You had these pretty little things.
Where do you find stuff like that?
Starting at $16, right? Pretty Little Things .us. And you could just put together, it's so easy putting together faux flowers. There's really no rhyme or reason. And just in a simple vase or mason jar you already have in the house.
Do you know why I like these? Because, nothing wrong with flowers, like fake flowers, but I feel like this is just something new. You know what I mean?
Right, it's different.
You can't kill it. I can kill like an orchid. I mean, it's like this stays around for no matter what. And I love the pop of color. And then this is from a small business called Baz Bagels. And I'm going to put the B-roll on my Instagram because it's so cool how they made it. They make tie-dye bagels. Now, they start at $69 for a dozen, which is an investment. But you use it instead of a cake. You could stick a candle in it just to have as like a centerpiece.
Nice breakfast brunch.
And they're delicious.
Yeah.
Ooh. You know what? My kids turn 10 very soon. I think I'm going to do that.
Take these.
They don't like them. They don't like cake, but they love bread.
Yeah. Yes. And you're supporting small businesses at the same time.
I love it.
So
Jill,
go bright. Be happy.
Oh my goodness, I love
and
this.
And how about these? We need to sell these somewhere. Today.com or something like that. Thank you, Jill. We have another big show for you tomorrow on Today.
That's right. We're kicking off 2 days of Jill's sizzling steals and deals.
We'll see you all tomorrow right here on Today. Have a good Tuesday.
Welcome to Today All Day. Over the next 30 minutes, I'll be sharing some of my favorite interviews with you. These conversations include lessons from dads across the country, inspiring stories of hope, and a few laughs along the way as well. So sit tight, get ready for more Today All Day, right now.
Somebody said to me, check out TikTok. I'm like, I am 44 years old. I am not gonna roll up on TikTok to mess with these kids.
All right, so what was everybody's favorite and least favorite part of the day?
Meet Jose Rolón, a Brooklyn-based wedding planner and single dad of 3 who goes by the username NYC Gay Dad in viral videos on TikTok and Instagram.
You're making me clean again?
Don't make me destroy you.
Parenting 3 kids during the pandemic gave him the creative spark that pushed him to the platform.
LGBTQ rights have been going on for quite some time. But I do think in the parenting space, we really sort of still are at the forefront of that. This was a platform to be able to highlight LGBTQ plus family here that is doing the same things that you do.
Was there a conscious decision to try and use it to break down barriers and shatter myths and preconceived ideas about what fatherhood is?
You know, I grew up with a father who was all about like machismo and, you know, you couldn't talk about your feelings. And so I think one of the things I wanted to highlight too on social media is as a man, you can be vulnerable.
Growing up, Jose always dreamed of one day becoming the kind of dad that he wished he'd had.
You had this killer smile, beautiful eyes.
After marrying his husband, Tim Merrill, in 2010, it seemed like he was one step closer to making that dream a reality. When and how did you decide that you were ready to be parents?
When Tim and I met, I think he revealed to me on the 3rd date that he did not want to have children. And I was like, oh man, we're in trouble here, right? Because I knew that I always wanted to have kids. But something happened right after we got married and we were outside of a coffee shop and he said to me, so I want you to know that I've been open to being open to having children. I lost it.
Through surrogacy, the pair welcomed their son Avery into the world in March of 2013.
Tim ended up being this really incredible father. So when we hit 2 months, he was walking out of the room and was holding Avery in his arms. And he's like, babe, I think we should have more children. I was like, what? And we went for it.
The unexpected happened. Their surrogate became pregnant with twins. But 11 weeks into the pregnancy, while his husband Tim was on a trip in Pennsylvania, Jose got a phone call that would change everything.
And I got a call from the Pennsylvania police department. I get on the phone and the detective told me that he had passed away the night before. And it was a heart attack in his sleep. There was so much running through my head, just not only having in that moment dealing with the grieving and feeling numb, but my mind also went to, we're 11 weeks pregnant. My son just lost his father. What if something were to happen to me? I didn't want to leave him alone in this world. So I made a decision in that moment to not only follow through the pregnancy, but I actually announced that we were pregnant while giving my husband's eulogy at a church in front of 300-400 people. Here we are, 7 years later. Now my son is 8, my girls will be 7 next week.
I mean, you ever take a step back and you look at your life and you think, sweet God, what am I doing? 3 children, single dad.
Yeah, look, this ride has been wild. And I think we all go through phases of grieving. Nothing is permanent. I'm aware that this can shift like that. So for me, it's really vital that I stay in this moment and I appreciate it and I'm grateful and I keep moving forward with my kids in the best way that I can so that when those moments come where stuff goes down, hopefully I'll be ready.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There he is, Mr. Craig Melvin.
Thank you, my friend.
We are really proud. He has a new book. It's called Pops. It comes out today, and it's from the heart. And we thought, what better way to get the conversation started than to have Craig sit down with some friends and dads he knows well, the other two dads.
The other two.
I invited Al and Carson up to my house for some barbecue, some beers, and some real talk about fatherhood, including what it was like for me to grow up with a dad who struggled mightily with addiction, how we reconciled, and how our relationship shaped the kind of dad I'm trying to be. There's something remarkable about the bond between a father and his son, but for some guys, the path there can be a windy one.
The first line of your book gets me. You remember the opening line?
Yeah, he was born in a West Virginia prison.
That's how the book opens.
Yeah,
Like, whoa.
Now that I'm a dad, sharing the story of my own father felt like something I needed to do. It's a story of resilience. It's a story of overcoming. It's a story of when there's someone that you love, you don't write them off.
What prompted it? Because it's a pretty honest, raw look at a situation that a lot of people might not be willing to share.
It was cheaper than therapy during the pandemic. It was a couple things. I mean, when I started doing this series for the show on dads, I started to meet a lot of guys like us who were extraordinary in terms of the way they parent, but otherwise ordinary folks. And I think that led me to start to really look at the relationship I have with my dad. We've come a long way, but growing up, it was hard. Growing up in Columbia, South Carolina, my mom, Betty Jo, was a constant presence for my brother Ryan and me, showering us with love and attention. We never doubted that our father Lawrence loved us too, but he worked the overnight shift at the Postal Service and he drank.
Was he around much?
Yeah, I mean, he was there. He was there physically, but, and when he worked third shift, which didn't help, obviously, he was sleeping during the day, working at night. The older we got, the worse the drinking got. And by the time I left for college, we were, almost estranged in some ways.
He was a black man in the South that at a tough time, a different time.
Yes. He, and this is something I found out during the course of the book. My dad didn't know who his father was until he was almost a teenager. And I think it's wholly unrealistic to expect someone to be something that they haven't seen. Right. So my dad didn't, he didn't have a dad. And so he did, exponentially better than his father had done. After decades of struggling with alcohol, in 2018, my family staged an intervention. Dad agreed to enter a rehab facility in Georgia. I'll never forget my first visit there. And he gives me this hug, and I'm crying. He's crying. He gives me this letter that he's written. 40 years, my dad's never written me a letter, but he's written me this letter. And we sat and we had breakfast. And it was just, it's one of those, I know on my deathbed, I'll remember that day. And in that moment, I knew it had worked. Everything changed between us. And after years of strife, we forged a real connection.
What is your relationship with him now?
It's the best it's ever been. He'll call now and just random, middle of the day, hey, just come check on you.
Has he read the book?
Oh, he was the first person that read it.
What did he say about it?
It's probably the most nervous I've been, minus when I proposed to my wife. He said, it's all there. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
That was it. That's all he said. My father's struggle and his resilience shaped me as a dad. I consider it the luckiest role I've ever had.
And I've seen you as a parent, as a dad, You're a terrific dad. How did you make the jump?
I mean, fortunately, along the way, I've always had men in my life who I could look at and emulate the behavior personally, professionally, like you two. I consider both of you mentors. You for different reasons than Carson.
Age.
Yeah, well, I mean, longevity.
Yes.
Although, hell, I guess the same could be said for you. I mean, Carson Daly's been in the game a long time.
I have 4 kids.
I've heard you talk about the relationship you had with your dad. I mean, you had a pretty, sounds like a pretty solid relationship with your dad.
Yeah.
I have one now. I'm thankful for it now.
Right.
I wish I'd had it, 20 years ago, but what can you do? If there's anything I've learned, it's that sometimes you can make up for lost time. And seeing my own dad dote over his grandkids, there's really nothing better. We went to Dell's soccer game. He's on the sideline. Like, he's like coaching the team. Like, he was that into it. First 30 seconds of the game, my son hadn't scored all season. First 30 seconds of the game, dribble, 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 shoot, score. Having him experience that, in terms of our relationship right now, it's just, I'm so thankful for it.
I see these pictures of your dad with your kids. And it makes me smile. I think about it now, and what a great gift.
It's the greatest gift, Al.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we've been telling you, this is a big and important morning for our dear friend Craig. A deeply personal new book that he's written, Pops, is out today.
Yeah, as you guys know, I've been holding on to this story for a long time about my father's struggles, but ultimately his resiliency. So in honor of the book, I invited two of the best dads I know, Al and Carson, out to the house to have a candid chat about all things fatherhood. As an anchor and correspondent, I've delivered the news from studio, chased stories across the globe, but today I'm sharing my own story.
I think the average person, when they think of Craig Melvin, they think this is a guy that's never had a bad day in his life. This is a guy with like a star wattage smile, beautiful family, success. What has the reaction been from people who thought that they knew you and didn't realize you have this story to tell?
I think the reaction is akin to what you just said. I don't think there are a lot of people that really know me, and that's not a good thing, probably. That story in my new book, Pops, is about my father's battle with addiction and how it affected our family. My dad, Lawrence, worked the overnight shift at the post office, and when he wasn't working, he drank. This went on for decades. In 2018, we staged an intervention, and my father went to rehab. I'll never forget my first visit there. I see my dad
and he gives me this big hug. And we're not big huggers. We're not a hugging family. It's like, oh, Dad's hugging. And he gives me this hug, and I'm crying. He's crying. He gives me this letter that he's written. 40 years, my dad's never written me a letter, but he's written me this letter. And we sat, and we had breakfast, and it was just, like, it's one of those, like, I know on my deathbed, I'll remember that day. And in that moment, like, I knew it had worked.
The book wasn't something I wanted to write. It's more like I needed to write it.
What does it feel like to get it? It's out there now. People are reading about it. I've never been more nervous or frightened or scared or anxious.
Don't you feel relieved?
No.
That's not a
I don't
thing?
think I do relief.
Wow.
I was relieved, scratch that, I was relieved when my dad read it.
Right.
And my dad signed off on it. And I was like, okay. Halfway through, I realized I wasn't writing this book for like strangers. I was writing it for me, I wrote it for my dad, and I wrote it for my kids.
Our family's story is one of struggle, but also faith and resilience. We never quit on my dad, and now he's an engaged father and quite the doting grandfather.
Like, you remember, it was dinner time when we were growing up.
It's important for dads to get together and compare notes. I'm lucky to count 2 great fathers from work among my friends. We all come from different upbringings and are all trying to be the best fathers we can be.
I think good fathers don't come in the same size packaging that we all grew up thinking it did. But in the overall grand scheme of our lives and what we think of our fathers, better late than never is as good as anything you're gonna get.
I was really fortunate. My dad, if I really look at it, my dad was more the nurturer than my mother was.
Really?
My mother was, loving and all that. My dad was a hugger, a kisser. I didn't know that men weren't supposed to kiss until I'd go to some family reunions, and I'd go to my Uncle Champ. Hey, Uncle Champ. Whoa,
Hey, now.
Hey, how you doing?
Meanwhile, we hug and kiss, of course you're probably the same way, and I know you are. Hug and kiss the kids all the time.
Every second I get.
Yeah.
All the time.
Every second.
Coming up to this Father's Day, how's it different?
I've developed more of an appreciation for everything than I had before the pandemic, especially like being a father, because we all got more time with our kids over the past year.
I felt guilty I loved it so much.
Yeah.
Because people were out of work, people were dying.
Yes.
But I was like, I sort of love this. I get my kids all day.
We all agree that time slips by too fast.
In the period of 2 weeks, I had a daughter graduate from college and another one get married. And it's a cliche, but it goes by like that.
Right.
I mean, literally, Courtney was in middle school.
Yesterday.
And then it was high school yesterday. And then, boom, she's now a married woman. My middle girl is a college graduate. Nick's going to be a senior in high school this fall.
You're going to be an empty nester.
I'm going to be
when we do this next year, you'll be an empty nester.
Absolutely.
And I'm sad about it. I mean, as much as, I think...
Come over to my house and watch my kids.
I'd love to. I would love. If they would put it up, bring them over to Uncle Al.
A couple years from now, when we're doing this, be Grandpa Al.
Oh, yeah.
And if
that might happen sooner than that.
And if there's a kid who's like lucky to have a grandpa, the Al Roker grandson or granddaughter or both, my God.
Well, that's the greatest revenge on your kid. Is that anything that I'm going to break everything. Hey, here's a 5-pound bag of Domino sugar and a big spoon.
Go nuts.
By the way, I've just noticed, sitting here, I've never seen it. You've got gray at your temples.
You shut the hell up.
You got gray at at least you got temples.
No, I do have gray. It's happened.
It's funny, like in the last year.
No, it's happened in the last year. Thank you, Al.
Welcome to it.
Thank you. This is over. We're done.
You can wash that gray right out, too.
Oh, so good, for gray.
Yeah, well, I try to cut it up before we come on air, but of course, Roker noticed it. Of course
he does.
And in the moment, mind you, it's like great. But I will tell you that you're going to help a lot of people with this book. It's going to, I think, start a lot of conversations. That's the goal. And I'm just really proud of you. And your dad, because when we were doing that road trip, you were dealing with your dad and getting that intervention. And I thought, this is a special guy. A terrific dad, but a terrific son who never gave up on his father.
So good.
The goal is what you just said, to start some conversations and to help anyone who's struggling mightily with addiction and to help families, reconnect, reunite if they've ostracized someone because of their addiction.
Amen.
You
guys.
And to Betty Jo.
We're proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So good. I'm like, you guys are such good men.
I'm glad you mentioned
Really
Betty
are.
Joe, because that book could have easily been called Pops and Betty
What
Joe.
did Betty Joe think about?
We got to go to commercial. She picked out all the pictures, though. She picked out all the pictures.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready?
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, we're back with our good friend and today colleague Craig Melvin, who gets very personal in his new book. It's called Pops, Learning to be a Son and a Father.
In it, Craig writes about the complicated relationship he and his dad had and how they struggled for years to get to the beautiful place that they are now, and it's a journey he's celebrating.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Craig in a second, who's looking right at us as we read this intro.
Oh, there's a setup spot.
But first, look at his very personal story.
I never questioned whether he loved me. I questioned whether he liked me a lot. I mean, there were times where we were just so disconnected growing up.
Growing up, Craig Melvin thought of his dad, in his own words, as a ghost, there, but not there.
It impacted me more when I was younger than I fully realized. I developed a deep-seated resentment because I didn't understand why. At the time, I was, really active in a bunch of stuff at school, and I was a good kid. Like, why wouldn't you want to be there? It wasn't until I became a journalist and doing stories on people that struggled mightily with myriad addictions. And then I started to understand, that was sick.
Lawrence Melvin, or Pops as Craig calls him, struggled with addiction for the majority of Craig's life.
The memories became dad drinking, dad being drunk, dad passed out, or dad at work. I mean, that was kind of it for a long time. As a society, I think, unfortunately, there is a tendency to cancel people, to write them off. No one wants to be bothered with the addict after the first or second try. And we did that for a while. But for me, like if you're a person of faith, you can't do that in good conscience. We're all climbing different mountains. And my father was climbing a mountain.
It was an uphill climb Lawrence would eventually conquer. At 67 years old, Pops went to rehab and is now celebrating 2 years of sobriety. These days, Craig marvels at the kind of father-son relationship he now has with his Pops.
I hope that I have the kind of relationship with my son 20 years from now that I've had with my dad for the past 2 years. Does that make sense? That's what I want. That's what I want.
That's what you want. That's what you're going to get. We have a feeling, Craig. Yes. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you guys for having me. This is so nice.
Craig, this book is personal, and it's very vulnerable. I think Hoda and I are both so proud of you because we see you as this friend and this colleague who's buttoned up and telling the news, and I can tell you're a little bit
uncomfortable,
a little nervous about telling your own story, but it is brave. So what ultimately made you decide to do this?
A couple of things. I mean, my dad and I just got to such a good point, and he and I had some conversations about his story doing some good.
and he wanted to do some good. And then the pandemic hit. I had a lot more free time on my hands, so both of those things just sort of converged, and that's how we got it.
Did you ever think you'd see your dad go to AA? I mean,
No.
like you said, you knew him your whole life.
No.
Were you shocked when finally the intervention happened and finally he said yes to it? Because he still needs to say yes.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Because we tried before.
Yeah.
I mean, we tried interventions over the years and it just didn't stick. And this time, the last time we did it, we enlisted a professional. And that made all the difference. We enlisted a professional, and I write about it in the book. It also helps. It's funny now, it wasn't funny at the time. It also helps that when we had the intervention, he was blackout drunk. The next morning, I called the facility where he went, and I checked in on him, and the doctor was like, "Oh, yeah, he's fine now. He's in our sober tank." He didn't remember going.
You know, I think the other part of this story is that it's a true love story because it's about forgiveness.
Yeah.
It is.
And redemption.
It is.
And grace.
Yes.
And those are things that I think we see glimmers of them in our society, but not like as clearly as I think you were raised to see.
It became apparent to me over the last couple of years, especially, that I had to forgive my dad. Not for him, for me. I had to forgive him for myself. But I also wrote this to help him understand that he's forgiven. Because for a number of years, he would feel so bad about the years that he missed and how he wasn't really there. And I wanted him to know, while he's, still with us. I wanted to give him his flowers to make sure he understood all is right.
Well, you gave him his flowers. He gave you that letter that you talked about. Those were your flowers. And we know that faith is like real big in your heart. You talk about it here. You feel it. We feel it from you. And how special it is. There's one particular hymn that you love. It's called "Guide Me, O Thou Great Jehovah."
Yes.
Well, New Life Baptist Church.
No, they didn't.
Oh, yes, we did, honey. Let's take a listen.
My childhood
to that.
church.
Listen.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh, that's my Aunt Wanda on the far left. That's my childhood church.
Yeah. I know. And that's your aunt on the end?
That's who you went with. Your grandma took you there, right?
Oh, I grew up. You have no idea how much that means to me. I was shaped and molded and formed by that church. By that, I sang in the choir, 40 years ago, with my grandma in that church.
And there's your Aunt Wanda. I didn't know your Aunt Wanda was in that number.
Her nickname's Boo.
Well, we love Boo, but we love you more. So good luck and enjoy your book tour.
Yeah,
and
we're
just
so proud of
receive
you.
all the goodness that's coming to you. You can.
I know we're not supposed to be hugging.
Oh, we love you. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Just so sweet.
Happy Father's Day. Okay.
New Life Baptist Church.
Yes,
I know,
baby,
that
we
was
went
a
for
surprise
it.
just for you.
That was some producing.
Pick up a copy of Craig's book. It's called Pops. Today.com/shop. You can scan the QR code. Just go to Barnes & Noble or your local bookstore and pick it up.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? A unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Wednesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. Saturday Night Live had a historic 46th season, getting 20 episodes on the air with COVID safety protocols, and Peacock was there to capture it all. We have the exclusive first look at Peacock's Stories from the Show, a look back at SNL season 46. Check it out.
Best of
Let's go, Chanel.
We have some good stuff for you this morning
Okay.
at Pop Start.
All right, ready.
We will start with Saturday Night Live after a historic 46th season where the cast and crew worked through COVID safety protocols to get all 20 episodes on the air. They're taking a step back to appreciate the season that was. We have an exclusive first look at the Peacock special. It's called Stories from the Show, a look back at SNL season 46. In it, the cast, crew, and Lorne Michaels share what it was like getting this unusual season of television on the air. Here's a peek.
What's going on?
Hey. Well, you start. You're the smart one.
Let me go.
Okay.
Okay?
You go.
Okay. This season...
That's what this season is like.
I would say in a normal week of making the show, it's normal to cry once or twice. And in a pandemic version of making the show, you might cry every day. And that's comedy.
See this. You can see stream Stories from the Show for free starting tomorrow on Peacock. They have a lot to give. Next up, our very own Craig Melvin. Craig's out today on assignment, but last night he stopped by The Late Show with Stephen Colbert to talk about his new book, Pops. And during their conversation, listen to this, Craig revealed he credits his career to a chat he had with Stephen years ago on a flight to New York to interview at NBC News. Here's why Craig says that chance encounter changed his life.
You talked about how when you got the call to go to The Daily Show, how up until that point you were writing for some sitcoms and you weren't killing it. And then you became Stephen Colbert. And I remember in that moment thinking, if this guy can do it, if this guy can make it, and
You're welcome.
thank you.
Welcome.
Seriously.
You're welcome.
It was the pep talk that the kid from Columbia, South Carolina desperately needed.
How great is that?
Sweet.
Go back and watch the whole interview.
Yeah.
It is spectacular.
Craig knocked it out of the
Really
park.
good. Craig kills it.
He did.
And Colbert, there, look, two guys from South Carolina.
I know. I love that. They got a real bond.
So there you go. We can thank Stephen Colbert for Craig. Finally, Rachel Zegler, the star of Steven Spielberg's upcoming West Side Story remake, just landed another iconic role. Zegler is set to play Snow White in Disney's live-action reimagining of the 1937 animated film. Huge news for someone who hasn't yet to make her official big screen debut. Prior to being cast as Maria in West Side Story, Zegler had never acted professionally before. She just had this beautiful voice. She was 17 years old from New Jersey, beat out more than 30,000 other actresses for this role. And you may remember, this was a sweet moment back in April when she recorded herself seeing the trailer for the first time.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God! I'm in a movie!
That's pretty cool. Production for Snow White is set to start next year. We're rooting for her. And Spielberg's West Side Story hits theaters in December.
You're in 2 movies.
I know. It's good to feel someone else's joy.
Yes, it is.
Coming up on Today Talks, we meet the newest Muppets on Sesame Street. And one of them has something in common with Dylan and Al. Stay with us to find out.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Al takes a trip to Sesame Street and meets the two newest neighbors. Take a look.
Hi, my name is Wes.
Hey everybody, I'm Elijah Walker.
Hi, Elmo's name is Elmo.
There are two new neighbors in the neighborhood. It is so great to meet you, Wes and Elijah. And Elmo, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Mr. Broker.
While Sesame has always celebrated differences and diversity, a father and son tackle a tough issue, race. Why was it important to address race and differences now?
After what happened last summer, we knew that we needed to be more explicit about talking about race because children and families needed it.
With Sesame's Coming Together initiative, creating the ABCs of racial literacy, seeing the issue as Sesame always does through the eyes of a young child. 5-year-old Wes and his meteorologist dad Elijah's experiences, but starting with the basics.
Elmo wants to know why Wes's skin is brown. Oh, I know why, Elmo. My mom and dad told me. It's because of melanin. Right, Dad?
That's right.
Melanin? Oh, what's that?
Well, melanin is something that we each have inside our bodies that make the outside of our bodies the skin color that it is. It also gives us our eye and our hair color.
Experts say children begin to notice the differences in race in infancy and start forming their own sense of identity at a very young age. So Sesame decided to tackle race and racism head on. One of the great things about Sesame Street is that people accept people for who they are. But Wes, there have been times where people have done things or said things that didn't make you feel good.
There was one time at my old school when I wanted to be the pretend guitarist, but they said that I couldn't be the pretend guitarist because of the way that I look, because people who look like me should be rappers because they rap the best. And that wasn't very nice. It made me feel really bad. But then I talked to my dad, and he told me that I could be whatever I wanted to be.
A study commissioned by Sesame Workshop of parents with kids ages 6 to 11 reported that 42% had personally experienced discrimination. Nearly 2/3 of those with black children reporting racist incidents. So to help, Sesame created videos like Breathe, Feel, Share to help kids have open conversations about race and racism.
Breathe. To calm down. Feel. Notice how I'm feeling and say it. And then share. Tell a grown-up what happened.
For the grown-ups watching, a guide to help with those tough conversations. Elijah, I've had to have difficult talks with my kids, but it's particularly tough when you've got to talk to a 4 or 5-year-old about race. How difficult is that?
Yeah, we talk about being proud of things. We talk about things that make us unique, and we talk about some of the difficulties that can come.
Were you surprised that after all this time, you still have to have those conversations?
I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed sometimes. But things do seem like they're getting better, but we want to make sure that we equip our kids with the tools that they need to talk about and to exist in this world.
Teaching these lessons through Sesame characters allows for a directness, a lack of nuance that young kids are looking for.
It was important for us to make sure that people understood not only what was right, which is what we were modeling, but also what was wrong. And so this initiative is trying to really represent that for children and to use language that families and children feel comfortable with.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Bobby Thomas sits down with Hoda for a very personal, exclusive interview.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
exclusive interviews,
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, and Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, an update on our fierce Spanx debate from yesterday. Plus, Hoda's conversation with Bobby Thomas, who's sharing her journey of grief and gratitude. Take a look.
It's time for a follow-up for a very important discussion that we had. It erupted into a huge, major deal yesterday.
It really did. And the question is that people all over New York are talking about this morning after a debate.
Fierce.
Yeah, fierce. Should you wear underwear under your Spanx? The answer is no.
The answer is yes, okay? Because I'm not skanky and rank, that I don't wear.
Did you just call me rank?
No, because your Spanx get rank if you don't wear undies.
My Spanx get washed.
When?
When I choose to.
How often?
Once a week.
You know what really grossed me out, which I was thinking about, since we're on this horrible topic anyway.
I know, I feel like my mom probably is turning the
Well,
channel.
here, she's about to click off mute right now, but this is one of those things. So my sister bought me a bathing suit.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
which I loved. So I got the
Jeff
wait. So I got the bathing suit. And once you get a new bathing suit, for women, they have like this plastic thing that they put so that, when different people. But here's what you have to do. You have to peel it off. So somebody has to peel off that panel and throw it in the trash. I had to do that the other day, and I got to tell you, I was triple gagging.
Can I tell you
because
something
you have to get rid of it.
Something even worse, and this shows you how.
Wait, are we about to lose all of our
we're
viewers?
not. But
just hang on, and then we're going to be done with this.
I'm just going to tell you, this is sort of how speedy it is to get to the pool. In my own home, I myself bought a new swimsuit. I thought I looked so cute. I put on the thing. I get in the pool. I'm holding 17 kids.
Yeah, and it was still in there.
All of a sudden, the little plastic thing floated, and Puppy goes, "Mommy, you have a sticker on," and pulled it, and the sticker was that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So we're sorry, and we're not going to do this anymore after today. Okay. So here are the latest numbers on the Twitter poll. Should you or should you not wear underwear with Spanx?
Okay.
No.
The answer.
You're winning.
52.2%. I just want to let everybody know, thank you for voting for me. I would like to thank Sarah Blakely, who created the Spank, and all of you who...
Oh, is that Sarah?
Is it Sarah Blakely?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is!
Okay.
Sarah, I just was thanking you in my acceptance speech.
Wait. Sarah, you have to really help us, okay? Because there's rarely a day I don't have my Spanx on. In fact, I just ordered from Dillard's the Spanx white jeans because I love those. However, because it's the only place that had a large. I literally went all over the internet yesterday. Everybody sold out of large white
By the way, I have them in black and they're fantastic.
No, and they're frayed at the bottom. Okay. But back to this. Should people wear underwear under the Spanx? Don't say anything, Jenna.
Sarah, I think too
Okay.
early.
Please.
I am here to solve the great panty debate. And I have never been a lifeline on whether you should wear underwear or not before, so this is exciting. But I will say that when I created Spanx 20 years ago, I designed them, and I'm glad you guys are talking about this because the nation's divided. But, drum roll, I designed them so you don't wear underwear under them.
Oh. Call Savannah! Call my mother! Thank you! But Sarah, wait, there's more. Okay.
Listen, you're both right.
No,
because
wait, let her
look,
finish.
half the women wear underwear under it, and so that's fine too. But I went to great lengths when I created this for the right crotch. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know where to go for a crotch. I literally looked in the yellow pages under crotch to find the original crotch for Spanx.
Wait,
it's not
you
under
just said
crotch. It's under
3 times, 4 times.
It's okay. We can pay the
It's
FCC
under a
fine.
fancy word called gusset. But anyway, we have an easy access gusset, as you called a hole, which is
my
hilarious,
word. Oh my
Jenna.
gosh.
Well, that is a
Well,
hole.
hold on. But can I ask a question? Ooh. Okay. Can I ask a question? How often should Jenna be washing her shapewear, given that she doesn't wear undies? And just as a side note, Sarah, not to be judgy, but she doesn't wear them with jeans either.
Wait, no,
That's
one
what you
minute,
s-
1 minute, Sarah. Let me just also comment. I wear them like I wear my heels, as my girl Oprah taught me. I wear them
Now she's
only
Oprah
for the
name
hour. Well, and Oprah agrees with me. I wear them only for the hour on the show, and then I usually just let everything hang out.
Even so, though, would
So
you
1
just
hour
put
a day,
old
but I'm very
underwear
clean.
in
I've just gotten out of the
Okay,
shower.
So,
Sarah,
how
Listen.
often should she be washing them?
I don't think I'm going to go there. That is such a personal decision. I think Jenna's got to embrace how often she wants to wash her Spanx.
That's good.
gotta
You just be
embrace
you.
it.
You be you.
You know what, Oda? You really supported me in this moment. But I also want to just thank Sarah, and I want to thank the voters.
You know what? This is not an Oscar. You did not. I want to thank the Emmy voters.
Hoda.
What? Yes, darling.
Hoda,
Oh,
for
Lord.
you.
What's that?
Oh, that's a thong.
We created
Spanx undies?
Spanx. Yeah, these are Spanx understatements, and they're like the world's best light thong. They're breathable.
Wait, now, but did
Why
it give?
not
I'm
the
sorry,
trend?
Sarah,
Wait,
to
hold on.
interrupt you. Does it give you still the support that us?
No.
No, this is just if you don't want to wear your Spanx without underwear.
Okay.
We've got you covered.
And
We've got you covered.
Can I just say,
They're
y'all
called
need
understatements.
Okay, I love them, but y'all need to get more of the white jeans, please. I mean, I've been on I had to go to Dillard's. That was the I mean, I
Dillard's
love
is my favorite
Well, I love
place,
Dillard's,
the
but
bra capital of America.
as I was going through, I was like, oh my gosh, the only pair of large jeans are at Dillard's. So thank you.
Yeah,
Don't
thank
forget.
you.
Make
I
more.
got to tell you, I put on my Instagram last night your debate yesterday, and the nation is truly divided. So this is what I'm going to do. If anybody's watching and they want to go to @SarahBlakely on Instagram, all you do in my last post of you guys is put team panties or team no panties, and I'm going to pick a bunch of you, and I'm going to send you Spanx and understatements. So you're covered no matter where you fall.
Okay. Well, Sarah, we love you.
Sarah, thank you.
You're so much fun.
You
Thank
guys are hilarious. Thank you for bringing this to the forefront
No,
of
you know
America.
what?
Women have been confused.
It's a very important day, and we appreciate
we
you.
try to
weighing
stay
in.
on the news. Okay, that's what we
Thank you.
try to do.
No, really.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. See you
Okay,
soon.
bye, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah. All right.
Okay, by the way, that was the coolest.
And we didn't know she was calling in. I
And
just thanked her in the acceptance speech because she invented the Spanx.
By the way, she just by doing something like she did,
Yes.
that was such a. Can you believe that she created
No,
Spanx?
she's an incredible
She's
woman.
an incredible entrepreneur. Hats off
Maybe
to
we'll
her.
give a real story about her.
I wake up trying to find some t-shirts that still smell like Michael. Which ones weren't washed, you know? I've never been more in love with him.
Really?
More in love now.
Their love story began in 2008 when Bobby first met Michael. She was fiercely independent.
The idea of marriage had scared me so much. I mean, even when he proposed to me, I mean, he would be screaming right now. I said yes, but can I have 30 days? And I remember thinking, is he gonna take it back? But instead he said, okay. And then 2 days later he woke up and he was like, 28 more days to go. And that was him. He just was so positive and optimistic. He carried that through the hardest challenges that no one should have to go through.
The kind of challenges traditional wedding vows include for better or for worse.
With this ring,
I thee wed.
I thee wed.
Shortly after their fairy tale wedding in 2013, Bobby and Michael publicly shared their very personal journey to parenthood.
It takes a village to raise children, but to make them too.
We celebrated alongside them when they revealed they were expecting.
Can we say that again? Bobby is pregnant.
She is pregnant.
Thank God. Yes. Thank God.
And when they welcomed little Miles into the world. But 4 years later, in 2019, hardship would follow.
I remember how jarring it was for us to learn that Michael, when he was just 4 years old, he's on a business trip and suddenly he collapses, and you later learn that he had a stroke.
My heart dropped out. I mean, you become one person, and it felt so unfair.
Doctors told Bobby a full recovery was uncertain, but even in the face of adversity, Michael never lost his determination.
That's it. That's better.
Michael recovered, and it's so important that we focus on recovery. He went from not walking, not talking, to learning to talk again, getting out of his wheelchair, and actually walking. And it was unbelievable. I mean, it was really unbelievable to even the doctors that he continued to overcome and was about to return to work.
But in the fall of 2020, unrelated to the stroke, Michael developed a bacterial infection.
It was 5 weeks in the ICU, and it was just one thing after the other, like a domino effect. So when things just increasingly became problematic, it seemed as if we were up against the impossible. It was multiple organ failure. And besides the very worst memory of my whole life of seeing his last was having to look at his parents and his mom. I will never, ever be able to love anyone more deeply, and I will do anything for them and his family and his sister. But his parents are the strongest. And in the face of losing their son, they were there trying to console me.
Now, Bobby is trying to console others and help them navigate the very same path she's still figuring out herself.
It's important to say out loud for myself and for others that you have to give yourself the grace to not try and fix it, the pain. Because so often we are in a position where, pain is uncomfortable. The pain is so precious to me. It's my connection to him. And it's like, I don't want the hurt to go away because it gets further away. And that sounds crazy to say out loud, but I'm starting to embrace that. And if I can do anything to tell other people who are going through this, because I know how alone I feel and I have so much support, it's to not feel like the problem.
The pain that you're feeling, that you're going through, the loss is fresh. It was December.
See, and in my mind, I have this clock ticking and I think, oh my gosh, it's 6 months. You should be better. You should be fixed. And I really appreciate as humans that we want to do that, but it is really hard to learn how to carry something.
What struck me is not only are people trying to fix your pain, your son's trying to fix your pain. He's trying to heal you.
That's the most painful because I'm his mom. And he is at 5 looking for solutions. One night at bedtime, he asked me, who invented it and why? And I thought he was gonna ask me about a truck or something. And he said, this life. I was stunned. And he's like, I just don't understand why we all can't be angels. And he was still trying to figure out how we could all be together.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Boom. Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
exclusive interviews,
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
You know what I'm sensing from that chair?
What are you sensing?
A little gloating. A little, yay, look what I did.
You know,
yay,
my
America
Spanx never
believes
felt
with me.
so comfortable and just right on point. Do you know what I mean?
By the way, I got to say, we had a lot of fun and beautiful. It was a beautiful show. It had all sorts of wonderful parts to it. A lot of, but I was just thinking about Sarah Blakely calling in this morning, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Wasn't it fun to have her call in?
Do you remember when Kathy Lee said she was the one who founded Spanx?
Oh, Kathy Lee tried to say that she started the internet?
Yeah.
No, I mean,
no. She said that one day on her show, she told everybody that she took her pantyhose and cut out the feet.
Oh, she created
And
Spanx.
so, but she didn't run with it. That was a whole thing.
I mean, Sarah Blakely is
brilliant,
incredible. And the truth is, you know, in the 80s and 90s, moms wore girdles.
Yeah.
And I remember I once borrowed my mom's girdle when I was like sad, when I was a little bit larger and I was going to a dance or something. I was too young to wear a girdle, but I wore one. And that was the birth of the Spank. But then Sarah Blakely took that girdle and modernized it.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that you could live without those now it's such a thing, and apparently America thinks that they make fine underwear just like that.
Well, because that's really what they are. And Sarah Blakely came on our show today, and don't you love when our producers surprise us?
By the way, it's not so easy to surprise us because here's the thing, for us to go from our meeting to the show, in between there are lots of papers that get delivered to us. Sometimes you get one that you're not supposed to get that has the secret surprise. Sometimes you walk in and you'll hear a crew member say, is she going to be by remote? And you're like, who's
by remote?
Or you look in the prompter and it's not supposed to be in it. And you go, oh, there are 15 ways to blow a surprise accidentally in 5 seconds.
I kind of feel like you and I are the type that
we're hunting.
Yeah, we
want to
find
know.
that we sniff things out that we should know.
Because someone will say, oh, is she coming live? And then everyone will go like, hoot. And you're like, who is it?
But do you know that I have this problem, and I've had it since I was a little girl, that my expectations
you think something big
are
is
huge. So for
like what?
For example, when we were little kids going to bed and Barbara and I shared a room and we were going to sleep, I'm like, tomorrow's Valentine's Day and we're going to wake up and there's going to be a heart that says, good morning, tomorrow you get your ears pierced. And like, no, it was like one chocolate rose, you know? But so the other day I was walking upstairs and the TV screen, there was Sydney and I think Dave or Zach practicing for something, and behind them was the graphic of the Count from Bridgerton, Reggie.
So you thought?
So I thought
he was coming
that
on.
he was coming on to
Walking
surprise us,
on.
and I walked in. I go, and I said to whoever, I go, looks like we busted them in that surprise. Well, that wasn't
it. I know there are things when you overblow it when you're like, and it's my birthday. Oh, there's a cake in your kid, which is nothing wrong with that.
We want a cake and we want a kid.
Of course we do.
But sometimes you think that there's going to be like a trip to the Caribbean. Never happens that way.
But happy birthday, and here's your card.
It's like maybe lower your expectations.
Lower.
And that's why today we really didn't know, and what a cool surprise to have Sarah Blakely pop in.
I thought that was cool. Our producers are great. All right, that's going to do it for this fascinating and riveting episode of Today Talks. Keep watching more Today All Day.
You're joining Walgreens in the middle of a pandemic where Walgreens is really key in administering vaccines. And I know because all of our entire show got ours from a Walgreens, but that's a lot of pressure. There's stuff with J&J that was going on. This wasn't like an easy entry.
Not at all. But this was intentional for me. I was having a great time at Starbucks. It's a beautiful company, very mission driven. But this came to me and I said, this is a time for me to step into something that I've always wanted to do, and that's to have impact, make change happen, lead something that would leave an impression on people's lives. And as I've seen people, get their first shot and they look back at our pharmacists and they are crying and in tears, I know I've made the right decision and this is the right place for me to be. And I've jumped in pretty quick. I didn't take much of a break between Starbucks and Walgreens.
How do you make a decision on where to go? Like, is it gut? Is it your brain? Is it your heart? Is it faith? Is it your family? How do you choose?
For me, my gut is usually a very good barometer for me. And I felt good about this one, actually from the very beginning. I knew it wasn't going to be easy by any means, but I did know that my gut felt right. And then the second is my heart. And I knew what I would be able to do and impact in this role. So once I got that connection, it was full speed ahead for me.
Your parents, as you talked about, didn't go to college, but they wanted to make sure that all their kids did. How did they make that clear to you that that was the plan?
Absolutely. It was from day one. It was not, there was no other option. We talked about this every day. It was interesting because my family would prioritize education. And we always had to do one other thing. So we all had an instrument that we played or a sport. So for me, mine was violin and piano. And we had to do that. And so constantly it was a conversation about not what grade you got, but what are you learning and how much are you doing at school? And, my dad worked 3 jobs, but for every event that I had in my life, he was always there. And I remember one event where I thought I was gonna get, the gold ribbon, and I ended up getting an honorable mention. That's the other color ribbon. And my dad was still there, and I remember feeling guilty because I was like, he left work early, one of the 3 jobs, and all I got was an honorable mention, and it broke my heart. But he was so proud. It was just as if I just won the whole, award. And it's things like that that has made me, I think, a better mom because I know what my dad sacrificed for me. And it sticks with me.
Why did you decide that Spelman College was where you wanted to go?
So, it was a few things. One, I have one sister that's closest to me in age, and she really wanted me to leave the state of Michigan. She wanted me to do something different. And, when you're first generation, your parents, they can't help you with your college applications. So my older sister really talked me into it, but then there was a second person. My college counselor for high school was a Spelman graduate, Dr. Geneva Carter. And she brought me in her office one day and said, I think you need to think different about where you're going to go to school. Because I was going to apply to one school, Lawrence Tech. And I was going to go there, and then I was going to work in the automotive industry. I had it all figured out.
Because that's where your parents worked.
That's where my parents worked, in the auto industry. And she saw something different in me. And at that time, there was no internet. So I'm looking at the catalog, and I see these beautiful green trees, and I said, I'm in. Let's I think I want to do this. And my sister helped me apply to Spelman College, and then my financial aid package, which was so important so that I could afford to go to school.
Wow. So without the financial aid, would you have been at Spelman?
Wouldn't have happened. At one time, there were 4 of us in college.
Jeez.
And I was number 4. And so by my sophomore year, my parents were like, I know you love it there, but I think once you come home for Christmas, we're gonna have to keep you at home. And so I was like, no, I can't leave this place that I'd fallen in love with. And so I went to speak to the college, and lo and behold, because of the community service work that I've done on campus and in the city of Atlanta, there was a private donor who gave me a full scholarship all the way through to graduation.
Well, you have a love affair with this college. This isn't like a normal, I love my school.
No.
Yours is different.
Oh, absolutely. I think sometimes a lot of who I am came from my experience at Spelman. The faculty here nurtured me in a way that I've never seen in my life. My father was diagnosed with cancer my sophomore year. I had organic chemistry, physics, calculus, all, and my dad was really not doing well. And 6 weeks before my graduation, my dad passed away. And the college just rallied around me. And I finished, and I took my exams, and my organic chemistry teacher helped me through. And that doesn't happen every day, and I know that, and I'm just, this is the place where I came alive, I think.
So it's your mom, your dad, and Spelman?
Absolutely. My mom, my dad, and Spelman College.
Wow. Losing your dad in college.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Very hard. His service was, just a few weeks before, and I was taking the GMAT trying to go to graduate school the next day, and I left the funeral and I flew right back to Spelman at the end of the day from his service, and that was quite difficult. I didn't deal with it until maybe a few months after graduation, and I think it was so interesting. I know you're gonna laugh at this, but Marvin Gaye passed away, and I was watching that on television, and then I just lost it, right? It just all came back, right? And I was thinking, how does that happen? And it just hit me like a ton of bricks.
It's so funny, my dad died when I was in college too.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing. It's one of the hardest things in the world. You don't realize it, like you're...
No.
You think you're gonna be okay, and you got to go back to school, and you got to get back to your books, and then you just sit here and think, like...
Yes.
Did this moment, and the world goes on.
It goes on, and you feel like you're on a treadmill, and just keep it going, and then life will stop you. It'll put you on hold for a minute, and it did for me.
How often do you think about what he would be thinking of you, like in this moment, maybe?
Oh my God, I clearly know he would be quite excited. He would be. I think about that a lot.
Yeah, it's so funny and weird, but I think, and I wondered this even about myself too, but sometimes when you don't get the atta girl, when you're, you just keep going.
Yes.
And you're not even,
Yes.
I know it's not the reason, but it is one of those things I think about sometimes,
Absolutely.
Am I there yet? Am I there yet?
Right.
Another thing that struck me was you said, you've been quoted this way, but you said, as a black woman, you're mistaken a lot.
Yes.
Mistaken for what? Describe that.
I'm not the person that will walk in the room and tell you my title, right? I'm just not that person. But when I'm in the room with like-minded people, I would just assume that you would think that I should be here, at least at this point in my life. And, Hoda, it's just amazing to me that sometimes I have to tell people who I am, and I refer often to a situation where I was at a meeting just for CEOs, right? Private attendance, under 25 people. And I had one gentleman ask me constantly, what did I do for a living? Almost like, why are you here, right? And it was so interesting to me because I said to him, this is a CEO function. I'm the CEO at the time of Sam's Club. And he just couldn't understand that. He must have asked me 20 questions like marketing, like sales, was like, no. And so I was just amazed. And that was 2018, 2017. And I'm like, why are you asking me that question? So, and many times, I just find that we are still so underrepresented in so many different places that I understand it. But I feel like I'm on a mission to help people understand that, we're here. We're here to stay. Don't question my character or my being. I'm here.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food. Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen. Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our across-America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't seem to have, because I think if people did that to me constantly, I think I might be kind of pissed off. I don't think But you seem like you have this, and one of the things I admire about you is you have this refreshing, almost like, there's no shield up. There's no who do you think I am? You don't have that.
No, I look at these moments as teachable moments. I think, I've been put in this position, in these positions for a reason. I think that, quite honestly, God has led me here. I'm here for a reason. And so I look at these opportunities as a real opportunity to teach and train. And so what can I tell you about who I am and what I do?
How did you teach the guy who asked you 10 questions what you did for a living?
It was so funny because I happened to be the keynote speaker for the private luncheon. And so someone was reading my bio before I approached the dais, and he said, talked all about me, and then I assumed my position on the stage, and I was right in front of him. He was like the seat right in front of me, and I just saw his face just totally drain, and I just kind of looked at him like, hello.
I'm here.
I'm here, right?
Have you ever been told that you actually have advanced because of your race?
I have had several similar comments to that. As if I'm a token. I have had that. I've had the comments that, you're not as smart as you think you are. I've had a lot of those, Hoda, and they've been painful, but they've been energizing at the same time. They really give me energy because I feel as if I'm going to teach a couple of lessons, through this, and I'm going to be my best. And so, when people ask, you're taking on a new responsibility, the first thing I do is I study like mad, right? I'm an agile learner. I constantly read, learn, and train because, sometimes there's not somebody sitting next to you saying, let me tell you this, let me show you this. That doesn't happen for me. It falls on myself. And so I've been that person that's had to self-develop. And I've taken on that responsibility.
Wow. So do those little dings, those little ouches that happen where do you put that?
It takes me a minute sometimes, right? Because it comes into my head and it goes down deep, and I have to sit with myself for a second and think about how I want that to make me better, right? But I don't glaze over it. I can't glaze over it because I think it shows up in different places, and it will cause me to have an outburst at some point if I don't deal with it. So I try to deal with it as best I can.
Okay. So when you were in college, you were a scientist.
Yes.
So you went from scientist to business, and I literally was like, how do those two sync up?
Yes.
What do those two have in common, going from the science world into the business world? Do they have anything in common?
They actually do. So I did start off as an organic chemist for Kimberly-Clark, and I was in long-range research. So I was that bench chemist, doing all those kinds of assignments. But what really ties it together is when you're a scientist, you're curious, you ask a lot of questions, you're an analytic, so you look at data, and that translates into business. And some of the best business leaders are those who really, challenge the status quo, think about what's next, think about what's around the corner and around the corner from that. and sometimes can be a visionary. And I think that's the translation between being a scientist and being a business leader.
Yeah, and I guess decisions, because some people have struggled with decisions.
Yes, and so, it's really interesting being a very decisive woman. I've been told that I'm can be rigid, stubborn, but, I make a decision and I stick and move. I have to. And a lot of men do that too, but I haven't heard them talked about in the same way.
It's just, I think what's interesting too is you went to Walmart,
yes,
CEO of Sam's Club, first woman, first African American.
Yes.
A lot of firsts. When you obviously try to expand your reach, when you are hiring people, Roz, what are you looking for? Like, what can people take from this?
Sure. So, when I'm hiring people, that's really the most important work I can do when I take on these jobs. And I really look for, first of all, diversity of thought when I'm building a team. And a lot of times that comes with diversity of race and gender. And so I really try to build a team that can work together. But what I look for is what's inside the person, because these jobs are tough and they're hard. And at some point, their inner is going to become their outer experience. And I want to know about that. I tease that out. I try and tease it out in our discussions and ask questions and poke a little bit so I can see what they're made of.
What questions? Is there a question you ask?
I ask some questions that, sometimes people might feel uncomfortable about. Like, I'll ask them about, tough decisions. What do you do when there's tough decisions? How do you make the trade-off between when it's time to make that decision when your daughter has to go to a soccer game and I'm the CEO, I'm going to call you on the weekend. What's your response to me?
Yeah.
And I want them to tell me the response is, Roz, let me call you back 40 minutes, I'm going to watch this play and we can talk. That's what I'm looking for, right? And so, but they'll give me the other answer and I'll lean in and say, the other answer is like, oh, I'll call you right away, so what would you need? And I'm like, that's not the answer I'm looking for, because you know what? I'm going to go to the soccer game. So, I'll be at my kid's soccer game. So I want you to be at your kid's soccer game. So tell me about that. How do you make those big trade-offs? Because that's what these jobs are about.
I think people would be shocked to hear this.
They would be.
Yeah.
And I think I throw people off when I say that. And it's not the woman or the mother thing, because there are men that have just as much dedication. And I want them to have that dedication, because these jobs are tough. The other thing about that is that if you're not your whole person at work, I get half of your performance, and I want you to be your whole person at work. I really do. Because if you can do that, if you have the jubilation of having seen your child do something great, the next day you can come in and just give it all, right? And so I know that. I experience that. My daughter won track regionals this week. I'm high on the hog. I'm really happy about that, So that brings me great joy. And if I come to work a little bit on the tip of my toes, it's me, it's better.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food. Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen. Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I still remember this. It was so crazy, and I can't believe it caused such a silly dust-up. But you were doing what a lot of CEOs were doing, which is talking to CNN and the Wall Street Journal and all those places about what was going on. And I think it was Poppy Harlow who asked you about diversity, and you said something simple like, diversity makes for good business, or something plain.
I did.
And it turned into a backlash that I hadn't seen before.
I had neither. I was surprised by it. I mean, the comment was pretty unremarkable. It had been said the day before by, another male CEO, white male CEO, and it was a nothing to me. But within a matter of probably 24 to 36 hours, I mean, I had security surrounding my home and, my company standing up for me. At the time I was with Walmart, and they fully supported my statement. But it was scary, and it was a reminder that we aren't really as far as I thought we were. And
What was so upsetting?
What was so upsetting was that the personal attacks on me, right? And the personal attacks on my family.
Oh.
And, that's off limits for me. And it reminded me that there's hate. It reminded me that I am different. And if I say something, it is viewed as different, even though it could be word for word. And for a second, it made me angry, fearful first for my life, angry second. And then I settled with it and decided, once again, this is why you are where you are.
Wow. You said fearful for your life.
There were death threats, and they were, published, and they were, could have been real. And, but luckily, I had great people around me, and that always matters. And I'm grateful for those individuals.
I do feel, it does seem like you were put in these positions and situations. And do you believe it's kind of, divine? Do you think that there's some divinity here?
I do think it is, because it's not, I'm not on that mission, right? It would be different if I were an activist for a living. I'm not. I just, I'm somebody's mom, I'm somebody's wife, and I'm somebody's leader. But I'm not that activist. So I feel like this is divine order.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Go to Starbucks and you have you have an incredible run as COO, and you have a whole bunch of other fancy titles, but you're a big deal there. And when you step into Starbucks, There was a situation that grabbed headlines everywhere, of course,
Yes.
and that was those 2 African-American men being arrested for loitering or whatever they called it.
Yes.
But you dove into that one head first because to you it was personal.
It was very personal. These 2 gentlemen, as soon as I heard what happened, you know, I saw pictures and I saw these 2 young men, and what really struck me was they were the same exact age as my son John. And I knew right away that I had to dive into this one. This one was deeply personal. This could have happened to him. And these 2 young men look so innocent to me because I'm so used to seeing African American males just having a great day, right? I know what that looks like, and I could see it in their face. And I knew also that this happened on my watch, and I had to take control of the situation, and I had, you know, a great team with me, but, you know, it was a time for me to step up and admit that we had done something probably that needed correcting. Our policies were not updated. Our store manager acted too early, too soon, and I felt like it was my fault. I felt like, did we train well? Are our policies up to date? You know, people sit for a minute, right? That's how we are now. You know, we congregate, and it's okay. And business deals are done in coffee shops. But our policies were probably 10 or 12 years old and behind the thinking of what happens inside our buildings.
COOs and directors and VPs don't usually say they're sorry when something goes wrong. They usually don't, but you guys did. Immediately said we were sorry because we created a situation that could have ended up a lot worse. Wow. What'd your son say?
Well, he texted me right away because, you know, this hit Black social media before it hit anywhere else. And so he knew right away. And he texted me, he said, "Mom, you have to get after this right away." I mean, and when you hear his voice, and I'm already thinking about him,
Yes.
you know, that mother thing
Yes.
comes in, and
Yes.
it just takes over you.
Wow. That's that right there. And you shut down stores, you did
We did.
training. I mean, there was a whole...
We did. We shut down all of our stores. We did a day of training, and that wasn't the only work that we did. I mean, it went on from there, training every month, and still happens today at Starbucks on this very subject around looking at unconscious bias.
I'm thinking about where we are today in our world, and I feel like there's a real kind of racial reckoning that's happening. It's a very significant moment. Where do you think corporate America fits into that?
You know, I don't think corporate America is immune to it. I think that the work that needs to happen, it's going to come from a process of the private sector and the public sector coming together. You know, many businesses are retailers. You know, we have physical units where things happen. You know, we're in communities. You know, if you are a great company, you take care of the communities that take care of you the most. And so I think companies are going to have to engage, and they are. I've seen many companies step up. I'm really proud of a lot of the work that's going on, but we're not done yet by any means.
So, and I feel like corporate America sometimes leads the way. It's sort of like change happens because corporate America kicks it off.
Right. You know, this past summer, you know, during the middle of the pandemic, everything that happened, I had so many other fellow COOs, CEOs call me and say, "What do you think? What can I do?" And, you know, I was actually overjoyed by that, right? It gave me a chance to tell them what I was really thinking. It gave me a chance to help. And I took all of those calls, and you know, companies that I didn't even have any relationship with, because I saw something different in these leaders that wanted to help and engage, and I thought I could maybe help them.
You are the first woman, first African-American woman on so many of these things. Like I can't even keep track of all of them. It's like first African-American woman to be a president of this or of that, of all these companies and corporations. When do you think that is going to be old news, that there's an African-American in charge? Can you actually see that day?
I know, I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, I really think that, you know, if I sit here and continue to hear the word first, you know, I'm going to blame myself for that. You know, this can't be. You know, this just can't be. And I just hope that I'm bringing people along with me on this journey. that I'm mentoring and sponsoring and giving people opportunity, and the work I do here at Spelman, helping women graduate, that's part of it, because it's not a prideful moment when you hear that verse. I mean,
That's interesting.
It's really not. It's not, especially because I've been at this for a while, and so I would have hoped that we are at a better place, and we're not. So I just feel like I still have work to do.
Say today all day, I don't know about you, but I love pecan pie. But why is it we only get to eat them on Thanksgiving? Well, Samadada and her baking buddy, Chef Samantha, have reimagined the classic holiday pie for any time of the year. Sama is serving up vegan mini pecan pies that make a perfect sweet snack. And then Samantha makes a stunning maple nut tart that is truly a work of art. It's all coming up next on #Cooking.
So we're just stirring.
Oh gosh,
cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Sama's gonna start making candles.
I'm gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. I am so excited today because I have one of my dear friends and baking queen, Sam Senaratna, in the kitchen with me today. We are 6 feet apart for obvious reasons, but we are still #baking buddies.
Absolutely.
I am so lucky because Sam food styled my first cookbook and it just looked so beautiful. We really bonded on set and I'm just so excited to have her with me today. We are going to be making our own unique takes on a pecan pie. I am making my favorite mini vegan pecan pies, and Sam is going to be making a more traditional, delicious, nutty tart. I'm so excited. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. What are you going to do first?
Okay, so we all know this, that everything is a bit cuter when it's in mini form, right? So today I'm making my mini vegan pecan pies. I find that they're the perfect thing to eat and make when I'm craving a pecan pie, but I want something a little bit more bite-sized and shareable. So the first thing that we're gonna do is make my filling. I've heated my saucepan on medium heat, and now I'm gonna start adding my filling ingredients.
Sounds good. What do you got?
Starting with some coconut oil.
Do you keep your coconut oil in the fridge, or do you keep it at room temp?
I keep it at room temp.
I keep it in the fridge.
Tell me why, Sam.
It lasts longer.
There we go. Pro tips from Sam,
But also,
baby.
I think maybe you go through coconut oil so fast that you don't need to keep it in the fridge.
I go through coconut oil probably like 1 jar a week. So after my coconut oil, I've got my pecan butter. A little fancy today with some pecan butter.
That is fancy.
A little fancy. But if you don't have a pecan butter, you can totally use an almond butter. Now, to sweeten this up, I am using some coconut sugar and maple syrup, my favorite sweeteners. They're unrefined. They also have this very warm and delicious caramel taste. I find that especially for this tart, it's gonna get so caramelly, it's gonna taste almost like a toffee. I'm gonna mix this up a bit. And then I'm going to add some of my vanilla extract.
Delicious.
I'm gonna stir my filling for 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna let it reduce and thicken and smell really delicious. It will smell like a candle. After we do that, after it cooks for our 10 minutes, we're gonna add our almond flour and our flaxseed meal.
Okay.
So we're just stirring
and cooking.
and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Sama's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. Before you add the almond flour and the flaxseed meal, you wanna make sure your mixture is reducing a little bit. So you'll notice that it's bubbling up, it's kind of pulling away from the sides of the pan, and then that's a really good time for you to add your flaxseed meal and your almond flour. And it looks like we're there. I'm using an almond flour here just to thicken up the mixture a little bit. And I'm also gonna use some ground flaxseed, otherwise known as flaxseed meal. Do you use this when you make
I
your
do sometimes. I have a dear friend that's vegan, so I try to use flaxseed for her egg replacements.
Flaxseed meal adds some fiber, and we love a fiber moment here. We're stirring this up so the mixture gets nice and thick. The almond flour and the flaxseed meal are really what's gonna help us get it there. Doesn't it smell good?
It smells so good. You all wish you were here.
You wish you were here to smell this.
But you're gonna make it at home, so it's gonna be great.
Yeah, you are gonna make it at home. Please. You'll love it. Finally, for my filling, I'm gonna add my crushed pecans. You can just crush them with your hands, super easy. But I like adding this because it adds texture to the filling, and my crust is actually gonna be more on the cookie side of the spectrum rather than a traditional buttery crust. So it's nice to have some weight to the filling.
Yum.
Crush it up. It's okay if you've got some big or small pieces. You love texture here. Your tart.
It's all about texture.
It's all about texture. I'm so excited to get there. See how it's kind of thickening up? I'm gonna take this off the heat. Incorporate those pecans, get it off the heat, and then get to work on my crust.
If we don't eat it first.
If we don't eat it all first. So I'm actually gonna use flax eggs to help bind the crust. I know flax eggs don't sound very glamorous, but they are super important in vegan and plant-based cooking. So I'm using 2 flax eggs here, which means I'm gonna use 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed meal, and I'm gonna add 5 tablespoons of water to it. Make sure you give it a nice stir. And I'm gonna let my flax eggs hang out. They can just take a chill pill. And now we can work on the rest of my crust ingredients.
Yum.
Sam's excited. Okay, so I've got my melted and cooled coconut oil and my almond butter here. That's gonna serve as a nice base for my crust. I'm gonna add my almond butter first into my bowl. I'm using a creamy almond butter here. So I want it to be super basic, kind of a nice cookie crust. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna be like my butter for the crust. It's gonna be really delicious and rich. I'm gonna whisk this together so it becomes nice and smooth. And then, to sweeten this crust up, I'm gonna add my favorite, coconut sugar. This is gonna complement the coconut sugar that's in my filling too. So good. Now I've combined my almond butter, my coconut oil, and my coconut sugar. At this point, our flax egg should be nice and thick. As you can see, pretty gelatinous. I know it's also not a cute word, but it's true. It's gonna help this bind.
Can I see some?
Yes. So you can see how it's kind of thick, look at that.
So fast.
Sort of like a gel.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be nice because this is what's gonna help bind our crust instead of an egg. For my dry ingredients, you know how I said it's gonna be sort of like a cookie, cakey crust? The almond flour is really what's gonna help it get there. And I'm using almond flour and coconut flour, which I like to do in tandem because coconut flour is so absorbent, almond flour is so dense, so I find it makes a really nice pairing.
Smart.
Whisk that up nicely. And here's where it gets fun, Sam. We get to combine our wet and dry ingredients. I'm gonna just put this straight into here. It smells so good.
Already.
Right?
It really
Already?
does.
Sometimes I find that this needs a little bit of help to come together, which is why I prepared. Got some almond milk. You can use any non-dairy milk you want, but it's just gonna help the crust become nice and smooth.
So in my crust, I would use butter, lots of butter, and flour, and granulated sugar.
Yeah. As you can see, this dough can be really sticky, so make sure you're armed with a spatula to help your whisk out.
You know it though, at home you'd use your fingers.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
I do use my fingers when I'm at home. You know what? Are we over it? I'm just gonna
get in there. They're the best tool you have.
You always say when you bake to trust your body, which is what I love about you. Can you explain this to me a bit more? Is that your baking philosophy, to trust your body?
That's my baking philosophy. That's why you use your hands, right? So you feel it and you smell it and you use all your senses to sort of figure out what to do next.
We really are hashtag
I
baking
know.
buddies. Okay, so it looks like my crust is nice and sticky, well incorporated, which is gonna be perfect because now all we're gonna do is transfer it to my little mini muffin tin.
You know why I like your dough so much?
Tell me, Sam, why you like my dough.
Snack on them because there's no raw eggs.
You know what? It's
I'm
always
a cookie dough lover, so.
It's always a bit of a question on whether or not the dough will make it to the oven for me. So now I've added my crust into my little mini muffin tin. All I'm gonna do is use my finger or my knuckle to create a little bed for my filling to sit snugly on top of, like so. And it's really easy and fun too. You just mold it to the sides of the little mini muffin tin. We're using a little mini cookie scoop to control how much dough we add into the pan so that it's nice and even.
I wish I could help you.
I know, I miss you so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did grease this pan with coconut oil, and you want to make sure you do that. Super important, because you don't want the pies to stick to the pan.
That would be really sad.
That would be so sad. Now that all of my little cute mini crusts are done, I'm gonna add the filling. Just gonna move this bowl aside. As you can see, this filling has just gotten so thick and it's delicious and it's like a toffee. I'm gonna add it straight into my crust. And it's gonna fit nice and snug in there. Like, they're like little mini tarts, I know. They're so cute. You don't wanna overfill the filling because it will bubble up in the oven when it bakes. So make sure you just level it out. But this guy definitely needs a little more. And see how nice it is that this filling is so textured. It's gonna be so delicious when it caramelizes and cooks in the oven. Finally, just for aesthetics, I'm gonna add a pecan on top of each of these, just to finish it off.
Great.
I can't wait for you to try this, Sam. My little cute vegan mini pecan pies are done, so now they're ready for a little journey in the oven, going in at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes. Yay, now that it's in the oven, I'm gonna clean this up, and Sam, it's time for you to make your tart.
It's my turn.
I'm so
I'm gonna
excited.
get my ingredients.
Cool.
Hey friends, want to try this tasty recipe from Sama? Well, just text food to 34318 and we will send it right to your phone.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
A classic butter crust is the base for many delicious desserts. It takes a bit of practice to master, but it's worth it. I'm going to show you how to make it.
To start, combine flour, sugar, and salt in a food processor and pulse to combine. Now, add the cold butter and pulse until the mixture resembles a coarse meal. Then add 3 tablespoons of water and pulse the dough until it starts to come together. You can add a little more water if you need to. Tip the dough onto a piece of plastic wrap and then shape it into a flat disc. Pop this disc into the fridge and let it chill for at least 1 hour or up to 2 days. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough into a 10-inch circle. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch fluted tart pan and gently press the dough into the edges. For a nifty little trick, run the rolling pin over the top to trim the edges. Pop the tart shell into the freezer for 15 minutes. Before baking the tart, line the frozen dough with parchment paper and fill the inside with pie weights. This step will help our crust keep its gorgeous shape. Bake the shell at 375 for 15 minutes. Remove the weights from the tart shell and bake again until lightly golden, another 10 to 15 minutes. Now your beautiful crust is ready to be filled.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, Sam, you're making this delicious nut tart. I need all of the details. How did you come up with it?
Well, it's based on a classic pecan pie, but I developed this recipe for my dad because he is a lover of nuts. He loves nuts more than anyone in the world, and every time I go to visit him, he wants me to bring something nut related. So that's how this came about.
Cute. What are we doing first?
I think the first thing I'm going to do is chop my chocolate. So this is a bar of dark chocolate. I am not a chip girl. I know that you are. I find that you can buy better chocolate when it's in bars, and you can control the size, and it melts a little better.
It's nice to have texture too, right?
Totally, and I like having all different varying sizes of chocolate, so every bite's a little different.
Ooh.
So now that's chopped. I set that aside, and my filling is super easy. We'll just start with 3 eggs. And look how nice and bright those yolks are.
Can you tell us why you crack your egg on the counter, not the bowl?
It's easier not to get any pieces of shell in your bowl when you crack it on the counter.
Little pro tip.
So I'm just whisking this first, and you want to make sure to whisk it really well, because otherwise you'll have these little pieces of egg white in your mixture, which is not pretty.
Not cute.
So we'll mix this really well, and then we'll just add a a couple more ingredients. We're gonna add some melted butter.
Delish.
Yum.
Delish.
A little bit of brown sugar. And just like you, I'm using maple syrup. I'm from New England, so I feel very strongly about maple syrup.
Very on brand.
So traditionally, pecan pie is made with corn syrup, which is totally fine if that's what you want to use. I prefer using maple syrup because it has such a delicious flavor. And why not add more flavor? And then now my filling is done, I'm just gonna add my nuts. Sama, for this tart, I am using 3 different kinds of nuts because that's what my dad would like. I'm using pecans, walnuts, and hazelnuts. You could use any mix of nuts that you want. I'm also keeping them whole. I'm not chopping them because number 1, I'm lazy. And number 2, I really like the big pieces of nut. I think it looks really beautiful and just crunchy and nice. And you know, with hazelnuts, they usually come with these little brown papery skins. So you want to make sure you remove that before you bake it. You can do that by just putting them in the oven, 375, for about 8 to 10 minutes until you'll see the flaky skin sort of starts to come off the nut. And then you throw it in a dish towel and rub all those skins off. You can also buy them like that if you wanted to.
So why would we be removing the skins?
The skins actually are a little bit bitter. So you really don't want, I mean, a little bit is kind of okay, but you don't want a lot of that in your final tart.
Yeah, we don't want anything bitter.
All right, so that all goes.
Woo! And you're not chopping your nuts.
No, I'm not. I just think it looks really cute when they're all big and luscious.
Texture, baby.
Texture. We love it. Okay, so that just gets tossed together.
This is super simple.
It's so easy. I mean, pecan pie is the easiest pie there is. But you know why I do it in this tart shell? I want the nut filling and the crust to sort of be equal players.
You want like an even ratio.
I think crust is really important, so.
Oh, I'm there for the crust.
And, of course, we can't forget to add a little bit of salt. You have to season all your sweets just like you season your savory food. It really brings out all the flavor. In the chocolate goes.
Could you use a different kind of chocolate
Oh
if you
yeah,
wanted?
absolutely. So this is bittersweet chocolate, which is my fave. But you could certainly use milk if you prefer. Okay, this looks nice and well mixed. There's no little bits of egg that haven't been incorporated. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna go on to my crust.
Now I think I know the answer to this question. I think I know what you're gonna say, but could you potentially use a store-bought pie crust?
No.
Ready? Is it time?
It's time. All right, so I'm adding this beautiful filling. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
It already looks pretty delicious. Caramelly, those big chunks of chocolate, nuts.
I love the plot twist chunks of nuts.
Chunks of nuts.
Yes.
It's like the name of a band. You gotta make sure to sort of spread out your nuts a little bit. And be really careful not to let any of the filling go over the sides because that will make it stick to your tart pan, which is a real bummer.
It belongs in a museum for sure. Like, I mean, artiste.
Well, thanks. Well, as you know, I'm also a food stylist. So you want to make sure to spread everything out so that you don't have chunks of nuts on one side. You know, you want it all to bake really evenly. And you want every person to get every kind of nut in every slice. Okay, I think she's ready for the oven. So I'm gonna ask you to do the honors.
I would be honored to do the honors.
375 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. You'll see, it's like puffed all the way through and golden brown.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Sam.
Hey, today, food fans hungry for more? Just text food to 34318 to get all the recipes you see here on Today All Day. Don't delay. We know your tum-tum is grumblum.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sam, this kitchen smells amazing.
incredible.
So good. We made it. We took the journey. I'm so excited to try this. Tell me, how would I serve this?
Right, you gotta get it out of that pan first. So I have a little trick to show you.
Yay.
You need a big can.
Okay.
And now you're gonna pick it up and put it on top of the can. And if everything works according to plan, the sides will just fall off.
I'm stressed. Okay. Okay. We can do it. All right. So I'm gonna put it on top of the can.
With the can in the center.
Magic.
A little tip.
Magic.
Magic.
Okay.
Now you can put it in your plate.
Beautiful. Look at that, though.
Looks good.
Looks so good. All right. Going on my little plate. Okay.
I hope you like
Moment of truth, Sam. I mean,
It's kind of like a cookie now that I'm looking at it.
the Met called. It wants your tart.
You're cute.
Delicious. See, look at all of those whole nuts. I feel like it makes it look so pretty. So cool.
It's very nut forward.
Nut forward. Okay.
It's my turn, Sama.
Yay.
Oh, these look so cute. Ah. They come out so cleanly.
Yay.
They're so, this would be such a good little party snack.
They're
Look how cute
mini,
they are.
bite size. So, you know.
You know what, I'm really into this beautiful caramelized moment, as you would say.
Oh, it's a caramelized moment.
Okay, I'm gonna pick one that has like all that yummy. I wanna see what it looks inside. Look at that. That looks good, Sama.
Thank you.
Yum.
I hope you like it. Good? I'm so happy.
The coconut sugar is so yum.
Right?
That's delicious, Sama.
Thank you, Sam.
It's like rich and chewy and crunchy and coconutty.
How do you feel about the cookie crust?
I'm into it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
really, I love how thick it is because it's like
It's luscious.
luscious. That's what it is.
Luckily, there's a huge piece of that delicious chocolate right here. This is what I'm going for. I mean, Tim, you shouldn't have, but you did.
For you.
I mean, the chunky nuts are like the perfect complement to the melted chocolate. And the crust?
Butter. Butter is good.
I mean, oh my God. This makes me really happy that we're baking buddies.
Now we can be eating buddies.
I have a request.
Tell me.
Can we bake together more often?
All the time.
Amazing. Great. Sam, I think we have to document this moment so we can remember to do it more often.
Of course.
And take a picture, or a few. You can never have too many. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the tarts in there.
Easy.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yay! Sam, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank
you are
you.
my OG baking buddy, and I'm just gonna continue to enjoy this.
Yeah, me too,
for
girl.
myself.
Let's do it.
I love us.
Ditto.
I mean, we're so good. We're so talented.
So talented.
Super modest, super humble. But this is really good.
It's good. It's good. Thanks, Amma.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, you guys. So, this photo, we were at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, and we've actually won 3 times. But this was the first moment when my sister and I would say, realized how successful Sister Sister was. How would I describe Sister Sister? I would say it's kind of like your classic fun family comedy. It's a show that the whole entire family can sit down and watch and just have a good time and enjoy. And also, it has such longevity because the storylines are so classic and relatable to all genres, all different countries. And I think that's what made the show so amazing. Oh, look at this. We were youngins. We look like we're 12, but we were actually 14 or 15 here. Yep. Oh my gosh. We were so excited. You can tell in our faces. Like, we were so excited to have a show. We always had fun with those hats. They were always a part of our wardrobe. It was something that the writers and, everybody wanted to put us in. I can see why. I mean, it's so cute. And we're like dressed alike. So my character, I played Tia Landry, and I was very, I would say I was very much like my character, and Tamara as well. But I can even go further. A lot of the storylines were very much like what we were going through during that time when we would go into production for the year. Every year we did this, and we did 6 years of Sister Sister. We would sit down with the producers and the writers, and we would tell them how our summer was, and we would tell them, what we were going through, whether that was like dating or prom, stuff that we were struggling with as teenage girls, and then they would turn them into storylines. I wish we would have gotten producer credit for that. I'm older now. But anyway, yeah, so the storylines and our characters were very similar to who we are as people. Oh, this is one of my favorite photos of my sister and myself. And the reason why I like this photo is because whoever this photographer was, kudos to you, because I feel like they really caught the essence of my sister and I. And this is like us really being ourselves, When you're in a photo, sometimes they want you to kind of like ham it up and like cheese and smile and like get really excited, which is awesome and it's great. It's another side of who you are. But this is definitely more of the real side of who my sister and I, who we are. She was always the one that would, kind of do cute stuff like that. And I was always like the kind of funkier, one, still to this day, even when we choose our wardrobe. Working with my sister was a dream. It never really felt like work. It just felt like an extended slumber party because she was always there, we would run our lines together. We experienced set life. We experienced just being actors and going through that journey as a child actor together, and to be able to have a built-in partner. What do I think Sister Sister showed about sisterhood? I would say it captured the ups and downs, in a relationship with your sister. And what I mean by that is when you have a sister or when you have siblings, not everything is going to be perfect. you have different opinions, you have different views on things. You know, there's even moments where there's, you know, a little bit of jealousy. Those are like real, you know, I guess stuff that a lot of sisters go through. And, you know, Sister definitely embodied that sisterhood. But what I love about it is whether there were differences at all, the sisters always came together and they would always solve their, you know, solutions that they were kind of going through at that point in time. But then not only that, I think the biggest thing or the takeaway that Sister, I feel like embodied sisterhood was the support that these two sisters had for each other. Whether they got, you know, lost somewhere, they were there for each other. Whether they were just learning how to drive and one of them got into an accident, you know, they were there for each other. If one of them, you know, was hurt because a boy hurt their feelings, they were there for each other. And I think that's what was so beautiful about Sister. I think one thing that I like about Sister was it wasn't necessarily your traditional family. And I feel like we still need that today in regards to story and, you know, television shows that are on the air. I feel like we have gotten better, but I think it's important to put a spotlight and showcase all different types of dynamics of the family, right? We were adopted, and Jackie and Tim didn't know each other, and we were all living under one roof, and they weren't together. You know what I mean? They weren't in a relationship. So it was like, what is this family really doing? What is really going on in their household? So yeah, I think that's what was cool about it too. Oh gosh, working with Jackie and Tim was incredible. These are two legends, you know what I mean? And to be able to be new, because we had never done a television show before we did this, and to be able to walk on set and to have people who were supportive and guiding you through the process, telling jokes, how to tell a joke. She was so funny. She used to always say, Jackie used to always say, all right, T and Tamara, put up your books on how to be a diva. Let's turn to such and such page. It was so much fun. And then Tim, he taught my sister and I, he said, what's the key to comedy timing? And so he taught me how to be funny. Like, it was all about timing. So to be able to grow up with two legends, you know, and then they were supportive of us because we were new, they had patience, was a great experience. I think what's so amazing is how people are still talking about Sister 25 years later. It is crazy how I could just be walking down the street and I could see a family that has seen Sister. And what I mean by that is the mom and the dad grew up watching the show, and then they had children that watched the show. So the whole family knows about Sister. It's like mind blown. It's crazy. I think it's just a testimony to why Sister was just so magical. Again, this is like years later after we had finished the show. But I think it just, you know, I think it shows that classic family comedies are wanted, desired, and needed. And, you know, Sister provided that. And it still does to a lot of families. So
make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Hi, everybody. everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Howdy. That's how they say hi in Texas.
Oh my God. How would I describe Teddy? Just like the best friend that everybody wants, you know? He's just like the homie. He's just like that dude. You know? Like, Teddy's just like that dude, you know? Like, he's always got your back. He's always honest, you know? He's basically just like, I'm that dude. So, like, I'm Teddy, you know? That was stupid. Teddy's just cool.
Who are you? My name is Michelle Tanner.
I believe this is the first episode. I don't know how many years ago this was, y'all. But I told Michelle that she was weird on the first day of school. And previously in this interview, I did say Teddy was honest. So, you know, he keeps it real, which every friend should. You don't want a friend to be gassing you up, telling you lies. You know what I'm saying? So Teddy was like, yo, like, you know, fall back. Like, you're kind of being weird right now. And I remember my line was something like, you're strange. But I'm pretty sure at that time I couldn't pronounce my R's. So it sounded something like Swains. Like, you're really strange or something.
You are a strange kid.
You're a strange kid? Yeah. The line was, you're a strange kid. And of course, I couldn't pronounce my R's. So I said, you're a strange kid. Just like in the only way Teddy could say it. So yeah, I had to go to classes for pronunciation back in the day. Now I can say my R's perfectly. River, run. Yeah, I used to say river, one. I'm gonna go for a one, ma. I never said that, but that's how I would have said it. My favorite scenes for Teddy. There's a lot. I always remembered enjoying when the other kids were on set, like Journey and Miko. When they were on set, it was more fun because it was like, you know, like the crew was there.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
My favorite, even though it was the last episode, like when he left, it was just such like a, you know, I had to show like the acting skills at like a very young age, you know what I'm saying? So like I was hyped for that. You know, I had to get a touch on the serious side of Teddy, you know? Young kids have emotion too, you know? Maybe even more than adults.
Whoa, baby, they're the Happy Meal. Grab a fork.
But I do have a favorite scene. It was when we followed her dad to his date at the restaurant, and we hid under the table. And I remember that chocolate cake we ate was bomb. Like, it was fire. Fire. Definitely not gluten-free, but it was fire. I remember that. Everyone was so sweet. You know, I saw Bob Saget at, you know, it was either a Teen Choice Awards or a People's Choice Awards a couple of years ago, and it was just like, he was so hyped, like, and I was like, bro. And we share the same birthday, so that was cool. I still see Candace, still talk to her every now and then. Yeah, just, you know, it's kind of like a family.
Old means first, new means second. I'm in, you're out. Excuse me? I'm trying.
Michelle's old crew. Obviously, I see Journey out and about. We've been doing this acting thing our whole lives, so I've known her and her family for quite a long time.
I heard the museum has a super powerful telescope. If it's anything like my dad's telescope, all you can see is a bunch of stewardesses lying around a swimming pool.
Miko and I just followed each other on Instagram probably maybe like last year sometime. So that was cool for me. There's not too many quotes that fans will say from Full House. It's just how hyped they are to see Teddy. Honestly, they're just like, yo, you're Teddy, bro. Like, where's Michelle? That's probably what a lot of people say. I'm like, I don't know, making money somewhere. I think Full House is still so beloved now. It's just one of those classic shows, and it's, such a blessing to, have been a part of a show like that. I think it was the family aspect of it, and I think nowadays it's hard to find a show that your whole family can sit down and enjoy every week. And, and you're excited to run to the TV, and I think that was one of those shows. And I think one of the best things about getting older is nostalgia. It brings something that brings you back to a time when you were younger, or a time that you remember was super fun. And I just think that's what Full House does for all the viewers. It just brings them back. And, it was a show about family and like actual issues. It was funny, it was cute. Teddy was on it. It's just like, no, it's, it's just, some shows are just those classic shows, and Full House is definitely one of them.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love
it! Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
What's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh, God. All right, here we go. Tia Mori, welcome to the 6-Minute Marathon.
Hi.
Hi, we're so happy to have you. Are you ready to answer some questions?
I am ready. Let's do it.
I've got them right here. What is one thing that you always carry in your purse?
Oh, my iPhone.
Of course. What's the one word you are guilty of using too often?
I don't think I could say it on air.
Oh, yes. Okay, didn't see that coming.
Wait, this honesty.
Oh yes, exactly. By the way, you bleep the 6-minute marathon can bleep.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, maybe shoot. No.
Darn it, by golly. What is your favorite family tradition?
Oh, my favorite family tradition would definitely have to be having hot cocoa with whipped cream and some peppermint sprinkles on top of the whipped cream with a candy cane on Christmas morning.
Oh, can I come over?
Yeah, no, we love it. So
that sounds delicious. What show or shows of your own do you rewatch?
Oh my goodness. You know what I have to say? The Tia and Tamara reality show, it's been playing right now. So I tend to watch that. Of course, Sister, Sister, that's like always playing on something.
Dad? Mom? That girl has my face!
All of the older ones that I've done, like in the past, you know, to kind of get back to some sort of memories in some kind of way.
Is it fun to see yourself at that age?
It is. I mean, it's also shocking at times when I'm like, what were you wearing? Because, you know, it was like I was going through growing pains. But it is. I feel so grateful when I look back at projects that I've done, because it kind of shows me that I've been in this business for such a long time, and I'm just very appreciative. So,
what's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Oh my gosh, these are so raw.
I know. I'll get to something shallow in a minute.
Okay. Wait. Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh gosh. How old were you? You must have died.
I was like 14, 15, and they were this huge popular group. And I was like, I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it, you know. I was like, this is embarrassing.
Who does this belong to? What is this doing here?
Yeah, it was like the elephant in the room. You know what I mean?
Oh God,
I hope I'm not being too honest with these.
I love honesty. Is the best policy.
Okay.
We love it, especially on the 6-minute marathon.
Oh
okay.
my gosh.
Here's some easy ones. What's your favorite thing to cook, if you cook?
Oh my gosh, I love to cook. My favorite thing to cook would definitely have to be spaghetti and meatballs. It's something that the whole entire family likes, my kids and my husband. So
yeah, I think my kids live on meatballs. I think meatballs might be a 5-day-a-week.
It's just a classic. Yeah, it's a classic dish that everybody loves. So
what's your hype up song right now?
Oh my gosh, my hype up song has been this for a very, very long time, just because I'm a huge fan of Beyonce. And you know that song, Who Runs the World? Girls. Who runs the world? Girls. I just love, you know, women. I think women are incredible. I think we are beasts when it comes to getting things done. We're multitaskers. So whenever I'm either on the treadmill or if I'm just kind of overwhelmed, she kind of, you know, gets me right where I need to be to do what I have to do, because she reminds me, you know?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Heels or flats?
Oh my gosh, totally heels. Heels all the way.
Say flats.
No, I mean, you know, when I was pregnant, I had to wear, you know, a lot of flats. And I hated it. I would literally force my feet into my heels. You know, when you're pregnant, your feet kind of swell. Yes. I would literally force my feet into heels just because I love them. I think it just gives me a little bit of attitude. So.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Oh, Julia Roberts' Pretty Woman. I just love her personality in that movie, and she was just so much fun. You know what I mean?
What is your biggest professional accomplishment so far?
I would definitely have to say being a co-founder of my supplement line called Answer, mainly because it was birthed through my personal experience with wellness and health, and just being able to inspire women and just people in general to take charge of their health and their wellness, it makes me feel so good. So I would say that.
You're an entrepreneur in addition to everything else.
Yeah.
Are you a morning bird or a night owl?
I'm definitely a morning bird. I used to be a night owl, but after having children, that ship has sailed. So now it's, I mean, this is easy for me waking up early in the morning, because I have 2 kids. So, and my daughter, she's actually up right now. I don't know if you heard her crying, but I'm used to it. Morning person.
I didn't know if it was your kid crying or my kid crying. So.
Oh, sorry.
It could have been either way, so I get it.
Yeah.
Tia, thank you so much. Your 6 minutes, you're already done. See, it was fast.
Wow, that was fast. Thank you so much.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Excuse me, is this where the singing lady is who tells the truth?
Being on Friends was awesome. Also, it was the Super Bowl episode, which was even more awesome because I love football, and like, who doesn't love the Super Bowl? So that was dope. I was in a scene with all of the cast, which was really cool. I remember like chatting it up with Courtney Cox. She said I was cute. I was like, yo, that's fire. Like, what? I remember that. And then I also remember how funny that scene was watching back as an adult. Cause like, I didn't get like any of what Phoebe's song was about.
Sometimes men love women, and sometimes men love men. And then there are bisexuals, though some just say they're kidding themselves.
But it's just hilarious now whenever I see that episode. The director of that episode directed pretty much all the episodes but 2 of Baby Daddy. So that was crazy for me. And he won an Emmy for that episode of Friends. So he always jokes with me and says I helped him win an Emmy. And I'm like, yeah, I do what I can. Michael Lembeck. But so I thought that was cool. He directed me then and directed me for 6 seasons on Baby Daddy. So that was sort of a full circle moment. Yeah.
She's here!
People bring up Friends a lot. The main picture message I get on my phone of like if someone's watching something that I'm in, it's mostly like Friends. And it's just like, a lot of the times it's like, why you didn't tell me you were in Friends? Or like, why you were in Friends? Like, or here you go again on Friends. I'm like, so it's just, that's like, I don't know, people like taking a picture of that one and sending it to me. But yeah, a lot of people bring up that episode. They play it all the time, so, but it's cool, it's awesome. Well, nostalgia is just awesome in general. I think in particular to the 90s and the early 2000s shows, I think people just miss that sort of tone and the vibe that shows used to have that like they really don't have now. And I think it's just because like people are a little bit more smarter now. We have more access to like things. So like shows and even cartoons become to like get more realistic in a sense. And like back then it was just movie magic. You know what I mean? Like you could do whatever, you could say whatever. And again, when you get older, sometimes you miss those old school moments of your life. So, you know, nostalgic old school TV shows and movies will always, you know, hold, you know, special places in people's hearts because it takes them back to wherever they were when they watched it with their family, with their friends, or so it's awesome, yeah. And it's cool because a lot of them are streaming now, so people can just, you know, veg out and watch, you know, Twilight Zone all day long, you know? I don't do that.
Welcome back. So now to an exclusive Consumer Confidential on high-stakes shoplifting known as organized retail crime. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with how it impacts what we all pay. I'd never heard of this before.
Yeah, and it's a really fascinating look this morning. We have a look into a multi-billion-dollar industry from an active federal confidential informant. He used to be a key part of these heists. We also took our hidden cameras into the current black market stores where stolen goods are sold at a steep discount. All of this is ultimately putting consumer savings and sometimes safety at risk.
With our hidden cameras, we take you through this hair salon, into the store tucked in the back. Here, those in the know can find designer merchandise, deeply discounted because it's likely stolen, according to sources familiar with organized retail crime. Racks and stacks of new clothing from J. Crew, North Face, and designer denim by True Religion. Brand names sold at a fraction of retail. That's right, $40 for True Religion jeans, normally $150.
¿Son piratas o son marcas?
No, son marcas originales.
And the clerk tells us the jeans aren't knockoffs, they're the real deal. We also found in New York, inside a party supply store, more high-end goods. A Kate Spade handbag and diesel jeans, plus premium makeup by NARS and Too Faced. All of it discounted by as much as 70%. Insiders tell us these are likely stolen goods, part of an industry that cost American retailers $30 billion every year.
They tell you you're going to make a great amount of money, you can refuse.
We sat down with a man we're calling John, a former member of an organized retail theft ring. We agreed to conceal his identity because he's now an informant for the FBI and NYPD.
How much money were you making every day?
We make it like a $2,500 each day.
He says new immigrants were most often recruited by the rings, lured by lucrative paydays. He recalls one heist at the high-end Hermes store.
What kinds of items was your crew able to walk out with?
With a bag from Hermes.
Worth how much?
$60,000.
John says he traveled with a team on carefully mapped out routes, often through several states. He says it was organized from top down, every detail scouted from the most profitable stores and malls to the best times to pull off the heists.
In 15 or 20 minutes inside a mall, how much merchandise could you take? What was the dollar value?
Once into the store, we can take out $20,000.
$20,000?
Yes. In less than 15 minutes, like in maybe 5 minutes.
Did people ever notice that you were stealing all this merchandise?
People, yes. Sometimes people stay quiet, some people start scream.
It's not just clothing and accessories.
The house is totally transformed almost into a warehouse.
In Katy, Texas, authorities found this home filled with everything from lamps to top-of-the-line power tools, all of it stolen from Home Depots around Houston and nearby states. Total value, more than $1 million.
Really is happening everywhere.
Jacqueline McGuire heads the FBI's criminal division in New York. She showed us video taken by a task force of FBI and NYPD investigators who shut down this black market store.
It looks like a barbershop.
It looks like, and it is, an operating barbershop. However, if you keep walking through, you enter in the back, and it's actually a retail store.
You're saying everything in that store is stolen?
Yes. All of that merchandise would be stolen. Tags still on.
She says the high-stakes plans often play out while shoppers are in stores, potentially putting them and employees at risk. In a recent survey, 75% of retailers say they've seen an increase in organized retail crime. 57% have noticed more aggressive tactics and violence. They also say not enough is being done, with 62% saying federal law is needed to help stop the massive losses.
Are we paying more as a result of all this organized retail theft?
We do see some impact on the prices that consumers pay.
The hidden world of organized retail crime driving up prices for everyday goods.
Wow. Yeah. And law enforcement says it's actually word of mouth that leads customers to these black market stores like the ones we found. While officials are working to shut down these major fencing rings, consumers also can play a role too. Thieves make huge purchases with stolen credit card information, so you should be sure to check your statements often and secure your account so you can help prevent some of this fraud.
Do stores realize this is happening, more often than I ever expected? And what could they possibly do about it?
This is huge. It's an ongoing problem, and stores are really trying to crack down by increasing their security measures at checkout, verifying who people are when they make returns, too. So really, for us, be patient when the clerk is asking for your ID or other ways to verify who you are. It's indirectly to stop things like this.
It's so fascinating. I mean, you've heard of people on the street selling things. There's a joke, there's stuff in their coat pocket. But I didn't realize there was like a retail store.
It's a $30 billion industry.
And then what about the pandemic? Has that affected it for better or worse?
Well, this has been going on pre-pandemic, but the National Retail Federation just released some new stats. They show this has been a crime that's been on the rise since 2015. The shutdowns helped slow things down when malls and shopping centers weren't open, but they're back in business.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
Vicki, thank you so much.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
This is a great top.
Recently furloughed from her job, Paulina Marcucci from Philadelphia was looking to make a little extra cash.
So it's a great way to make some money on the side.
Paulina listed her items on Poshmark, an app that allows you to sell almost anything from your closet or makeup drawer.
What kinds of things are you posting?
I have kind of a thicker cropped tee that has some nice detailing on the sleeves as well.
In total, Paulina listed 6 items, and she hopes to make $175.
What's it been like to earn that extra cash without even having to leave your house?
It's been great. My fiance and I are saving for a wedding, so for us, it's a great way for me to kind of clear some things out of my closet and put that into the wedding fund.
Here's how it works. Post photos of what you want to sell, write a description, and set the price. Poshmark emails you a shipping label to print, and once the item is sold, just package and send it. The better the deal, the faster your item sells. Another option, Mercari. It's a marketplace that goes beyond clothes, allowing you to sell almost anything in your home, from kitchenware and toys to sporting goods and electronics. Both sites take a commission on your sales. Mercari 10%, Poshmark 20%. And sales are growing. Mercari says this past April, the average seller made $183, 50% more than last April. Sarah Skirball is the shopping expert for Retail Me Not.
Okay, Sarah, so we're in my closet. If I'm looking for something to sell, what's the best type of item to be selling?
If you haven't worn it within the last year and you have no intention of wearing it, maybe it's time to resell it.
Okay, this definitely falls in that category.
A few hot ticket items for women include activewear, loungewear, and even statement jewelry.
How important is it to price the item correctly?
So a few tips when it comes to pricing. Number one, do your research. Number two, aim a little bit higher than you expect to get, and then you have the opportunity to negotiate.
And don't forget to scan your kids' closets for clothes they've outgrown. If you want cash quicker with less work, check out ThreadUp. Request a postage-paid clean-out kit.
They'll send you a bag just like this. It's easy. You just put your clothes in there, shoes, handbags. They make the posting for you, and they'll pay you once the items sell.
Be sure to get an estimate for how much your items could be worth on the website first. And bonus, they'll donate or recycle anything they don't keep to sell. When selling or buying on these sites, protect your identity. Create an email to use for online sales. Use the messaging features on the app, and follow payment options within the app. Don't use other forms of payment suggested by the buyer. With a smartphone and selling strategies, you'll be able to swiftly and safely earn money on items you no longer need.
It's definitely been a nice feeling, and it's pretty like instant gratification.
And the good news, Paulina is now back to work after her furlough. She's also sold a couple of items. So I've been using these apps a lot long before the pandemic, and I gotta say, it's a very easy way to get rid of stuff, and the money really adds up for things you're not using. Keep in mind, not all of these sites sell men's clothes, so check before you post. And just a reminder, wash the clothes and sanitize items before you receive them if you're buying.
That's smart. I see all those apps, but can you just sell your clothes on like a Craigslist or Facebook, something like that?
I think Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace are better for those bigger ticket items like furniture, even cars. The key there, you want to be safe. So try not to meet the people alone. If you can, bring the items outside instead of having people come into your home, and cash is best. But if you are using an online payment app, you do not want to share any of your account login details.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
As the weather warms up across the country, people are getting in gear, cruising shut-down city streets and cycling through suburbs.
And it's easy to see why biking is so popular. It's good for the environment, it's good for you, and it's a fun way to get outside after being cooped up. But unless you already have one of these, you may have to wait a while before pushing those pedals.
Bike shops across the country now seeing skyrocketing demand and supplies dwindling. In Albuquerque, New Mexico.
This is actually the only one we have right at the moment.
In Portland, Oregon.
The amount of business is not like anything we've seen.
And in New York City.
Have you ever seen a bike shortage like this before?
No, never.
Never, ever.
In 22 years of being in the biking business, Matthew McCorkle says since the pandemic started, bikes have sold so fast, his stores are only left with high-end models. Starting price, $1,000.
We're looking at about 2 weeks, we'll be out of bikes to sell.
You'll be out of bikes to sell in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
And don't be confused by all the bikes you do see.
What are all these bikes?
These are actually all repairs. We're trying to do the best we can to get as many people on the road as possible.
John Burke is the president of Trek Bicycles, the nation's largest bike manufacturer.
What kind of a spike did you see?
April 12th, magically, the switch went on. And, you know, we've seen at retail sales basically double.
He says Trek has ramped up production at its plants in the United States, but bikes in the $300 to $800 range are built overseas, where the coronavirus has snarled production.
So we're seeing people who want bikes for recreation, but are you also seeing a demand on the commuter side?
You know, we really are. And I think the reason is because people aren't super comfortable getting in the subway or getting on a bus, and they want to be outside.
If you can't find a new bike, check online marketplaces like Craigslist for used bikes.
If you are buying a used bike, make sure you carefully inspect two things. You want to take a look at the chain. If there's any orange, that's a sign of rust. And also, check the tires carefully for any cracking. You may have to budget a couple $100s for repairs.
And beware of recalled bikes with safety issues. Search the bike model online and check the Consumer Product Safety Commission website before buying. For day trips, try renting a bike or using a public bike share. If you're in a coronavirus hotspot, consider disinfecting the handles first.
And if you are renting a bike and there's one thing you can adjust, make sure it's the seat height. You want it to come up right here, below your hip.
While the pandemic is putting the brakes on bike buying for some, the short-term hassle could lead to some new habits over the long haul.
We really believe that longer term, the bicycle is a really simple solution to health issues, to congestion issues. It's a really simple solution to climate change.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Home sales are up more than 23% over the past year, and the median price up more than 14% at $303,000. Buyers telling us they're struggling to purchase a home because it's so competitive.
We've been to about 20 showings.
Dina and Evan Finley in New York have been trying to upgrade their space for more than a year.
We put in offers several times, and we've been either outbid or it wasn't even looked at because the number wasn't high enough.
One house I looked at had over 20 offers on it, and the final price went over $100,000 more than the asking price.
Graphic designer Stella Guan got swept up in the market when she bought this house in California, then had to quickly sell, losing money in the deal.
I ran out of money renovating and repairing it.
These photos going viral on social media. Sean Hawksford in Montana wearing a sign satirizing his home search. He has the down payment, the financing, the income, but not the home.
What led you to wear a sign?
It was kind of a last resort. My wife and I have been trying to buy a house for 6 months now. We've made 18 offers to this point, and all of them have been rejected. We've actually had the highest offer multiple times, and we just haven't been accepted because we're young and we don't have a big pile of cash.
While there's no getting around this competitive real estate market, there are some questions you can ask and things you can do to make sure buying your dream home doesn't turn into a case of buyer's remorse. With me now is Jacqueline Chaconis. She is a real estate agent with SEG Realty. So Jacqueline, we're here in New Jersey. This house is for sale, but you're saying before we even get to the site of the house, there are some things we have to be doing.
First and foremost, you want to make sure that your finances are all set before you ever step foot in the house. Make sure you're pre-approved and you're comfortable with what you're spending so that when you do get into your dream home, you're able to act quickly and confidently.
What about when it comes to the budget and the listing price of the home?
So in this crazy market, the listing price is really the starting price. So we're suggesting that buyers should look at homes approximately 10% under what they could afford.
Wow.
That way, when the home goes over asking, you still feel comfortable bidding up.
And she says in this market, you may only get one chance to see a home before making an offer. So take notes and have your questions prepared. Okay, I'm ready to see the inside.
All right, let's take you in.
This looks amazing, but what should we really be looking for?
So we always tell our buyers, you're not buying the stuff, you're buying the house. And we like to start with the basement. That's where the magic happens, and that's the most important part of the house.
So now we're here in the basement. What should we be looking for down here?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is take a deep breath. Do we smell moisture? Do we smell mildew? Does it feel like there's dampness? Do we see cracks? It doesn't mean that it's something drastic, but it's good to note.
If there's no basement, ask to be shown the utility or mechanical room.
So you want to look at how old the AC is, how old your hot water heater is.
She also says look for cracks in windows. They're expensive to replace. And request maintenance records for the home. That could give you an idea of how well it's been cared for.
We're panning the
pandemic has fueled a rise in virtual home tours too. So if I'm on Zoom with a realtor, what kinds of things should I be asking them to show me?
You don't want to be shy. You want to have the realtor show the house as if you were there in person. I'm going to take you right now to the patio so that I really could give you a great view of a fantastic backyard.
And ask your realtor for a virtual tour of the neighborhood. Vital questions to help you find your home sweet home. And here's another tip. Multiple realtors told us in a hot market, you want to make sure you have all the decision makers there for your first home tour or visit, because there's a good chance you're only going to see that place one time. So you want your significant other, your children, anyone else who might have a stake in the decision to be there with you, because people are making bids right after that first open house.
That's such good advice. So what if you want to buy, should you just wait and see if this market cools for a second?
It's so hard to predict, but right now economists are saying that they think this seller-friendly market will continue into the rest of the year, with home prices to rise by about 6%. They say the continuation of low mortgage rates and the lack of supply means that things are not going to cool off anytime soon.
That's interesting.
What if there is a bidding war? I feel like it all becomes monopoly money at some point. You're like, I'll just go a little bit higher. I'll go a little bit higher. I mean, there has to be a limit.
Totally. And you have to figure that out ahead of time before you get caught up in that. Our realtor was saying, just stop and take a breath. That's a lot of times buyers start acting irrationally. So you want to figure out your budget well in advance, your finances, get that pre-approval letter, and try to stick to your guns at that point, because you don't want to get swept away.
So you end up in a home and all of a sudden you think, oh, now you got buyer's remorse. Anything you do?
Yeah, well, that woman in our story, Stella, right? So if the seller did misrepresent the home, then perhaps you could take legal action. If it is a case where you just realize, gosh, I really don't like this house or this neighborhood, or shoot, we paid too much, your options there are limited. If you sell, then you're going to expect to take a steep loss, because you got to factor in closing costs. So that's why this buyer's 101 is so important. You got to do your homework in advance so you don't land in that situation.
That's good. There's also good news then for the seller, because I think if you're looking to sell a home, I know couples who are older and they just want to either move to the city or move to the suburbs or vice versa. Maybe it's a good time to sell your house.
Oh, definitely. This is a great seller-friendly market for sure. It's interesting though. It's what millennials are looking for. Everything's got to be painted all white. It's like no color. It's very interesting from a seller's perspective what they're having to do.
And make sure you check the roof.
Teeth whitener, because now we can actually see one another's faces, which means people want to look and feel their best.
As the country returns to work and play, the masks are coming off, and consumers say it's time for an about face.
We've been home for so long that we want to come out with a glow. We're like tired of looking like we've been home for a year and a half.
Gone are some of those painful experiences, waiting in long lines to buy toilet paper or finding store shelves ransacked of all cleaning supplies. Instead, through the first 4 weeks of the quarter, toilet paper sales plummeted 28% compared to the year before. And multi-purpose cleaners dropped a more modest 12%, while teeth whitener sales sparkled, jumping 51%. And then there's cosmetics and skincare.
Makeup is coming back in full force.
At an Ulta beauty store in Miami, Nicole McMahon points out the top sellers like lip gloss and sunless tanners.
So this right here is empty because that's sunless tanners.
Yes.
People want to look like they've been tan even though they haven't been outside.
Yep, absolutely.
The Consumer Brands Association says cosmetics spending was up a hefty 23.5% in March year over year.
When we had the mask requirements, it was all about the eyes. And now people are all about the full face and just letting themselves be themselves again.
The excitement, splurge-worthy for some.
About $800 later, we're locked and loaded and ready to go.
Other consumer products soaring in popularity, breath fresheners, jeans, and a bit of the bubbly champagne. On the flip side, one item stores can't wash their hands of, hand sanitizers, which are now in surplus.
We probably have close to $2 million left, and I don't want it. If anybody knows anybody that could use a lot of hand sanitizer, please give me a call.
One chain in the Northeast has so much, they're practically giving bottles away.
If you come into our store and you buy $10 or more of sanitizer, we'll give you a gift card equal to your purchase.
America coming full circle with a fresh set of priorities.
And as for clothes, it's not just jeans that are going up. Skirts are apparently flying off of store shelves. The average monthly sold out rate doubling in March year over year. And guys, swimsuits are up, shoes are up. The one thing that's not, sweatpants, which the searches for that are down 39% since December. And to reference Jerry Seinfeld, as he once famously told George Costanza when he walked in with sweatpants on, do you know the message that you're sending to the world? I give up.
I give up.
People right now are no longer giving up.
Waving the white flag.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah,
Sam, thank you.
Now the message is like, we're back. We're in.
Come on.
Yes.
$800 on makeup.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Sam.
With the country reopening just in time for summer, a lot of us are struggling with the urge to splurge. Well, this morning in our Consumer Confidential, how to have fun without blowing your budget. Here to help us out, NBC News senior correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. Steph, good morning.
Morning, Al.
Hey, so I know I've probably ordered, I don't know how much this morning before we even did this segment. Why are we all so eager to spend cash right now?
Listen, it has been a long 14 months, and now that the country is reopening and we can go back to work, we can go socialize, we're out there spending. And even though things cost more, we don't seem to mind it. I went to a dive bar the other night that had a $10 cover charge, and they didn't even have toilet paper. I didn't care. We're very excited to go out. And the good news is we've saved a lot of money. For those of us who were able to work from home, household savings are up. In April, they were up double from where they were in 2019. That's pre-pandemic. They were up quadruple March of 2019. And even if we haven't saved a lot, creditcards.com just did a survey. 40% of adults say they're comfortable going into a little bit of debt if it means they're going to treat themselves right now. We need it.
I'm still thinking about Steph in a dive bar. Oh, I'm sorry. So if you're feeling
With no toilet paper.
So we're feeling the urge to overspend. What do we need to know?
Here's the thing. You said it. You said before, you've already bought stuff online this morning. If you know you're a big online shopper, take a breath. Maybe take your credit card off of a website so you're not automatically clicking. If you're going out to that dive bar like me, don't bring a credit card at all. Go on a cash diet. And if you are thinking about a big purchase, maybe put it on hold and give yourself 24 hours to think about it. You know that spending is emotional, especially at a time like this. Realize it and just give yourself a little cushion.
Okay, so all of a sudden you kind of wake up from this spending binge, and now you're on your hangover. What do you do? How do you correct this?
Well, the first thing you have to do is give yourself a break. And if you are suddenly overspending, realize if you're overspending by a couple of bucks, it's probably not a big deal, even a few $100s. Now, if you're in the thousands of dollars, it's time to reel it in, take a breath, and prioritize. Say, what do I need most? If I, let's say, gained a little weight during the pandemic or lost a little weight and I need new clothes, don't just go to the mall with your wallet. Go to the mall with a list and say, here are the things I need to buy. Purchase those things and then get the heck out of there.
And so you're overspending, and you realize it. How do we get back on track? What are some of the tips we need to do that?
Realize what you need most, right? You might say, I don't need to buy a lot of new things, but I really want experiences. I want to go see friends or family, so I am going to splurge on that trip. But what did we do during the pandemic? We realized there was lots of stuff in our house we didn't need, so we threw it out. Don't use this time to then repurchase all of those things. And I know so many people are seeing hashtag Hot Girl Summer. I got to get my game on. I want to go out and meet somebody. Don't do everything at once. You do not need to join a gym, buy a new outfit, get your nails done. Slow it down. One step in front of the other. It is true. Money doesn't buy you happiness. However, spending is a coping mechanism, and we do have a lot to cope for. So you may want to spend some, but just don't go crazy.
So in other words, you get the bang for your buck by like spending a whole night at a dive bar.
At a dive bar that might charge you a $10 cover charge.
Without
just bring your own
tissue.
toilet paper.
That's right. Stephanie Rule, it is always great to see you. Thanks so much.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Vikings, warlords of the sea. In Northern Europe, they still celebrate their Viking roots. But few realize the Vikings got as far as Russia, traveling over 1,000 miles, and may have given the country its name. So to discover who Russians really are, it turns out Denmark is a good place to start. Learning to row. Whoa, 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 whoa. It was bound to happen. I'm sorry, everyone. You soon get the hang of it. Sort of. My flame-haired Viking friend in front of me is making me look pretty shabby, to be honest, right?
Yeah. Hi, Vic.
It's time to stop rowing and start sailing. A 1,000 years ago, Viking warships like the Sea Stallion sailed the Atlantic to America, and they went east too, reaching as far as what's now called Russia, in search of furs and treasure, and they became known as the Rus.
These people living there was called Rus. That part lived on into the word that we have for the country, Russia, Rusland today. Some people think that Rus means the people who are rowing.
They reached what is today one of Russia's most famous cities, St. Petersburg. Centuries before Peter the Great built this magnificent city, the Vikings were here, rowing these very rivers, taking their Viking boats across this vast land. Russia, the largest country in the world, with immense areas of some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth, populated by the hardiest people. Churchill once described this country as a riddle wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma, but perhaps St. Petersburg holds the key. What began as a Viking trading post became one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And at its center, the Winter Palace, the jewel in the crown of the empire. For 400 years, this was home to the Romanov Tsars, the Russian royal family. And here, 100 years ago, lived a figure who perhaps symbolizes another aspect of the Russian psyche, their idiosyncrasy. Gregory Rasputin, a monk from Siberia, was said to have healing powers. Those healing powers would bring Rasputin here to the Winter Palace, catapulting him into the heart of the Russian royal family. But he brought into this gilded world scandal and controversy, and ultimately Rasputin would bring tragedy to the throne of Russia. Rasputin's dangerous influence over the Tsars ended with his murder in the winter of 1916. Just 1 year later, the Romanov dynasty fell, swept away by the communist Russian Revolution.
Russia marks the first year of war with Germany.
Then wars followed, forging Russia's belief in its courage and self-reliance, as Germany fought for a share of its power and wealth.
Hitler's timetable called for victory in 60 days.
Most of all, they wanted this, a golden room, lined with precious panels of rare amber.
It's like a box of jewelry. You can see the detail and it's priceless.
300 years ago, the Amber Room was a gift given to the Russian Tsar Peter the Great. Isn't it stunning? But this is a replica, and you're not going to believe what some folks think happened to the real thing. During World War II, the Nazis ripped the Amber Room from the palace walls, 6 tons of it, packed in 27 crates. Treasure hunters have been searching for this lost prize ever since. Now we're on the trail too, traveling west to Germany to meet a team who think they may have found the final resting place of the Amber Room. Even the way it was transported is a mystery. Perhaps by road, most likely by train. It was last seen at a castle under Nazi control in nearby Königsberg, where some say it was destroyed in a fire in 1944. But was it?
Here is Königsberg.
In Germany, huddled around a map from the 1940s, these modern treasure hunters believe the Amber Room was moved again. From here to here to here. We think where we are now. And now they are searching for it in one of 170 underground bunkers beneath their hometown. This one under a school. Okay, here we go. All right. Narrow, dirty, wet. Deep beneath the surface, I find myself in a vast network of tunnels. And in one, the team has come to a dead end. The tunnel has been bricked up. Are there clues here?
Gas mask. Yeah.
It's risky work. A bomb factory was nearby.
This is like thick mud.
Above ground, behind this corroded gate, you can still see the remains of it. Back in World War II, Nazi leader Erich Koch, the man in charge of the Amber Room, was good friends with the factory's owner. Our team suspect he hid the treasure in his hometown. Somewhere here, 30 meters underground. 27 boxes of amber treasure. How would it get down here? This may give a clue.
You can see there was a staircase here. Something big easily could have been brought down.
If they find amber like this, the guys say they know they'll have to declare it.
The Berlin government will say, hand it over. That's Russian property.
But 3%. You'll get 3%, you think, if you find the Amber Room. Even 3% of the Amber Room is a lot of money. Incredible to think that maybe, just maybe, in there is buried treasure.
While back in St. Petersburg, do you think it still exists somewhere?
I want to believe. Yes, I want to believe that it's so.
And one more question. If they find the real Amber Room, what are they going to do with this one? Finding the real Amber Room would be perhaps the ultimate route to restoring Russian pride, reinstating past glories. Next, a man who was born in St. Petersburg, but now occupies another palace, President Putin, in the Kremlin.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes. This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Moscow, Russia's other capital city. This, its walled fortress heart, the Kremlin. For hundreds of years, the seat of Russian power. And today, from where the president runs this vast country.
So here we are, inside the Grand Kremlin Palace.
Come with us up the very same steps into the heart of Vladimir Putin's government. Around every corner, breathtaking splendor, a monument to Russia's imperial past.
And you see the names of the brave all down these walls.
The Kremlin has been inhabited since before the birth of Christ, but began to take shape in the 15th century.
We're entering the medieval Russia. Through golden doors. Right up in that corner there is a little window.
Well, that was for the Tsar's wife. She normally did not take part in the ceremonies, but she could watch.
Inside the Grand Palace, it takes 3,000 light bulbs to illuminate one room. And just imagine how it would feel to sit on one of these golden thrones. The Kremlin is one of the most opulent palaces in the world, the home of royal dynasties stretching back to the Middle Ages. Its walls have seen triumph and tragedy, a fortress of power and faith so strong there are 3 cathedrals in the courtyard.
Well, actually, all the life of the Tsars passed here. Here they got crowned in the beginning of their rule. Here they prayed, this was their home church. And here they got buried.
Amazingly, even in times of turmoil and revolution, the churches were not destroyed. There is still so much gold leaf on one that it's a World Heritage Site. In fact, within the impregnable walls of the Kremlin is a treasure house of the staggering wealth and riches of the Tsars. These are the fabulous Fabergé eggs. Only 50 imperial eggs were ever made. Unbelievably, even after years of revolution and turmoil, 42 still survive.
These are incredible.
Given by the Tsar to his family on Easter, every egg had a gift inside it, intricately detailed, like this statue.
The wife of the emperor could see her husband actually sitting on a horse inside a small egg.
Some feature portraits of Russia's last royals, the Romanovs. The eggs are worth millions, each a miniature monument to Russia's past.
This egg actually is a clock.
So we've got 2:05.
I'm not sure it has been wound up properly.
And then there are the diamonds.
Now this is a symbol of Russian power.
This crown was made specially for Catherine the Great.
She was a woman and she liked diamonds. That's an answer that has continued through the centuries. I have to tell you, I am so grateful that my wife isn't here.
Yes.
I would never be able to buy her a present again.
Earrings so heavy they had to be looped over the ears. Jewels so precious they're impossible to value. The treasures of the Kremlin, a sparkling expression of Russia's great wealth, and a reminder that for centuries, Russians have loved their bling. Outside in the courtyard, there are treasures too, and these ones are alive.
Hello.
Once the sport of Tsars, falconry is still practiced here.
No TV crew outside of Russia has ever been given the chance to do this. You can just imagine Tsars holding a bird just like this in exactly these surroundings. And they are just majestic, aren't they?
And throughout Russia's turbulent history, many leaders roamed these courtyards.
Stalin closed this area to the public. He wanted to walk in peace. It's a relatively quiet place right in the middle of the city.
Joseph Stalin walked here.
Yes.
On this very path.
Yes.
During communism, the Kremlin remained the heart of government. Successive Soviet leaders ruling from behind these massive Kremlin walls that few could penetrate. An unknowable, mysterious place. The history, the riches, the splendor, and the power of a nation that survived conquests and plunder, still at the center of global politics today. The work of government continues. President Putin walks this very corridor.
President Putin's private residence. I'm just gonna... Had to give it a go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our first stop on the Frankenstein Trail, Switzerland, and the spectacular setting of Lake Geneva. It was here 200 years ago at the Villa Diodati, one rainy night that teenager Mary Shelley dreamed up her tale of terror. It tells of how Victor Frankenstein, using dead bodies stolen from graveyards, created a man.
It's alive.
And brought it back to life.
It's alive! It's alive!
And Frankenstein, it seems, like Dracula, may have had a ring of truth, because shortly before Mary Shelley wrote her book, she had been travelling through Germany, where a remote village has a dark history.
Can anyone tell me the way to Castle Frankenstein?
By the time I reached the castle, it is nightfall.
Ja, can I come in? Welcome to Castle Frankenstein.
Walter Sheila has spent 30 years researching this decaying castle.
This is the area Mary Shelley looked around. She was here.
It was once home to a noble family.
So these are the Frankensteins. These are the Frankenstein families, and these are their tombstones you see here.
And one of them was a real-life mad scientist.
So this is him. This is Johann Conrad Dickel von Frankenstein. He's the real father of the monster.
This is the guy that Mary Shelley was writing about.
This is the guy from whom Mary Shelley knew the story of the monster.
The real Frankenstein.
The real Frankenstein.
This Frankenstein experimented on bodies dug up from a nearby cemetery.
He made his experiments with the parts of the bodies and with electricity. And this tower was the place where the flashes of lightning threw in and gave electricity to the bodies.
To make them come alive?
Like in the movie.
Unlike in those classic Universal movies, no Frankenstein's monster was ever brought to life. And there was no Walking Dead terrorizing the village. But
a lot of people who live around here, as they say, this is a very bad place to stay during the night. The devil is playing his spoons. I don't know, I've never seen him.
You've never seen the devil?
No, never.
I'm glad I'm with you.
Yeah, maybe I'm the devil for them. Good night, my friend.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Scotland, on the road north to the rugged Highlands, a country of breathtaking landscapes, ancient castles, and lakes the Scots call lochs.
So this is Loch Ness.
This vast loch easily lends itself to legend.
A monster? Really?
Here at Loch Ness, there have been hundreds of so-called sightings describing a huge and mysterious creature.
Up behind us here, a little bit up the loch, 20 odd years ago, sitting beside the loch in my car, and I saw this black hump come out of the water, and I've no idea to this day what it was.
He saw an object which he described as like an upturned boat. It turned, went against the headwind, and disappeared. There were 9 witnesses.
Ancient Celtic legend tells of a beast in the water, and there is a record of an apparent encounter here 1,000 years ago. But it was during the 1930s that the beast was given a name, the Loch Ness Monster, or more affectionately, Nessie. All over the loch, eyewitnesses described seeing a creature some claimed looked like a prehistoric reptile called a plesiosaur, both in and out of the water. And in one infamous sighting, a couple driving on this road saw a huge creature, maybe 30 feet long, slither in front of them and plunge into the loch. So to understand the lure of the loch, begin with a man who has lived on the shore in a van for almost 30 years.
There's a majesty about this place. There's an energy that pours off of here. There's a palpable feeling of, well, it's legend.
Steve Feltham scans the surface every day for hours at a time. He too says he has seen the monster.
It was like a torpedo going through the water, the size of a car going through there.
But does Steve think Nessie is a plesiosaur?
Nessie could still turn out to be a dinosaur, but at the moment I see it more likely to turn out to be something like a Wells catfish, the biggest freshwater fish in the world. It grows to about 4 or 5 meters long. They live for 100 years. It's got a smooth back, which is what people describe here. The hump, the upturned boat type hump going through the water.
How you doing? How are you?
Good, yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. For decades, enthusiasts and even scientists have been searching for facts in this Loch Ness fiction. Skipper Dick Rayner has been investigating the mystery of Loch Ness for 50 years.
The thing we were looking for was between 20 and 40 feet long.
40 feet long?
Yeah.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat. If there is a creature hiding here, Dick says sonar should be the best way to track it down.
We're over the deepest part now.
Wow.
745 feet.
What is that? About halfway down. What is that? It's not an enormous monster appearing on our sonar right there.
I don't think so. No.
Are you sure? Because that looks pretty... Look at that. Over the years, teams of Nessie hunters have used sonar and submarines to search the dark waters of Loch Ness. But the only monster they ever found was this 30-foot Nessie movie prop that sank 50 years ago.
Definite fake.
Right.
3 hay bales covered in tarpaulins.
The evidence against there being a monster here has been stacking up. Most of the photos of Nessie are hoaxes.
He towed a nice bit of fiberglass behind his boat, but this is the famous one, the iconic picture of Loch Ness.
Yes, right.
But what people think now is that it's actually this little thing. It's a submarine with a plasticine monster's head on top of it.
The last, best hope of finding some truth here is perhaps the most bizarrely counterintuitive project of them all. They've been looking for the mythical monster in microscopic particles.
That deceptively clear-looking water actually contains an abundance of light.
An international scientific team, led by Professor Neil Gemmell from New Zealand, is cracking the Loch Ness code using environmental or eDNA.
So what we're getting is a snapshot of life in Loch Ness over the last few days. We've got bacteria in there, we've got microorganisms in there. We've also got traces of larger animals, fish, and perhaps there's something mysterious in there too that hasn't been described by science. Who knows?
You've got quite a bit out of the northern basin.
With the help of a local naturalist, Adrian Shine, who has studied Loch Ness for more than 40 years, the scientist took hundreds of water samples from all over the loch. Back at his university in New Zealand, the samples were analysed by Professor Gemmell and by several other labs around the world. Their results cross-referenced with a gigantic DNA database, producing a complete picture of everything that lives in Loch Ness.
All right, well, thank you.
A year after we first met him, Professor Gemmell was ready to announce his dramatic findings to the world.
Let's get down to it. Is there a plesiosaur in Loch Ness? No.
No trace then, he says, of an ancient dinosaur lurking in the loch. No giant catfish DNA either. But, says Professor Gemmell, there is one possibility that may explain all those eyewitness sightings here. Could Nessie be a giant eel?
There is large amounts of eel DNA in Loch Ness. Now, is it possible that what people are seeing is a giant eel? Well, maybe. It's plausible that there might be one or two that grow to extreme size.
So, case closed? Of course, you cannot know what you don't know. So the mystery of Loch Ness will surely endure, ensuring that the tourists keep coming back.
We came to find the monster, and we did. You know, we did.
We've got a sighting here. It might be a giant eel.
I don't think so.
No?
Eels don't have legs.
And it is perhaps the mystery, not the monster, that people cannot turn away from, even in this 21st century, which reflects more on all of us than what's in this loch.
Lakes are, in a sense, lost worlds, and especially Loch Ness. It's deep, it's dark, it's cold, it's hostile, and it's big. So it gives us the lost world element, but it is also accessible. And I think it's that combination of mystery and accessibility which has given Loch Ness the cachet which it has.
It would be a shame, wouldn't it, in a way, if computers and DNA science took away the mystery?
Well, you never would, you see, because as long as people want to believe in Loch Ness monsters, there'll be Loch Ness monsters.
When you are here at dusk, looking out over these dark waters, it's easy to understand why people once feared something lurking beneath. And maybe, even today, we need to believe in monsters and evil so we get to be the good guys. Or perhaps we just like to be scared.
Hello to all of our loyal Today All Day viewers. We hope you're having a great Tuesday.
Welcome to a little something we call Today in 30. It's our digital show, bringing you the very best across all 4 hours of today in just half an hour. That's why we call it Today in 30.
Aha. Yeah. We have a packed show for you, so let's get started. First, we are tracking the impact of Tropical Storm Elsa as Florida begins feeling its effects. Dylan will have the